Good morning, everybody. Welcome this morning, and we apologize for the delay. We had a specific activity before that was delayed, which was very relevant. Press conference with survivors. So we apologize for this small delay. And before we start, I'd like to remind you of something very, very important, just a few points of order. You are not allowed to introduce drinks, not coffee, sodas, please. Please do not smoke. Please do not smoke inside the premises or the garden. It is not allowed to smoke within the premises, the park, or the garden. Please go out to the street, and please don't drop your cigarette butts to the floor anyways, not either inside or outside. And breakfast can only be taken within the premises. Please do not take the cups outside to the garden, only inside. Thank you very much for your understanding. This is a very special place. It is a historical landmark, a very important building, and so please help us. We need to cooperate and preserve the building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Choni, and good morning, everybody. On no sustainable or successful outcomes without sex trafficking survivors leading the way is about to start. Thank you all for showing up in time. I'm Ruchira. I'm from India. I founded an organization 15 years ago called Apne Aap, which works against sex trafficking by organizing prostituted women and their children in the red light areas of Calcutta, Bombay, Delhi, Bihar. And we try to give voice to the voiceless by making sure that from parliament to the district block officer, there is a survivor who is able to explain through her own experience what she wants in law and what she wants in policy. I have 4 August speakers with me. Each of them will speak for 10 minutes each. And after that, I will open up the floor to questions from the audience. I request each person who asks a question to keep it very short. So please think about your question beforehand and don't ask the question while standing up because it'll be a waste of time. And don't make it a comment, just a very short, crisp question, please. And if you also want to mention who you want to address the question to, that'll be fine too. Today, as you know, there is a huge movement of sex trafficking survivors in the world, which did not exist 20 years ago when many of us began to work against sex trafficking, when the UN protocol was being created, when the Swedish laws and the Norwegian laws were being passed. But what it did was that it made visible the problem and it created a safe space for survivors to come forward, all these changing laws that we have. And Rachel Moran is here from Space International. And of course, we have 4 survivor representatives from 4 different countries with us. The challenges are, of course, for survivors of prostitution to speak out their truth and be heard and the truth be accepted is from 3 big sectors right now. Big money. And sex industry, of course, is, as the UN says, one of the largest money-making businesses in the world, possibly after the arms trade and the drugs trade. It's also big pharma, especially the HIV/AIDS public health groups who think that the only answer and response to prostitution is to distribute condoms, to make women in prostitution disease-free and sexually available for male buyers, rather than protecting the women and girls from the male buyers. And the third threat, which is there now, is, and many of this big money and big pharma are combined in the influence they have on foundations and NGOs who have to raise money all the time to provide services. The third challenge we have, particularly in some of the countries represented in this room today, like Philippines, Cambodia, is from fascism, where the misogyny against particularly targeted marginalized groups makes pushes women out of the work sector, but also makes them sexually available for target rapes and prostitution, as many of you know historically from what happened in Germany and during the Holocaust with Jewish women being made sexually available. So based on this, I'm going to now ask our first speaker, Fiona Broadfoot, to speak. She's from Build a Girl Project UK. Fiona.
Good morning, thank you. Thank you to Katwa for inviting me to this event, and thank you to my sisters who support me from a distance, but thank you. I was introduced to the violent and abusive world of prostitution at the tender age of 15. I didn't exit until I was 26 years of age, 11 years of systematic sexual violence, torture and abuse. I accepted it, I put up with it, I told myself daily, this is a job like any other. I told myself daily that I was okay. Inside, I was just dead. At 15, when you're introduced to such a violent and abusive world, you do not develop. You stop developing. I had made attempts to get out of prostitution, but I had been criminalised as a child. None of the men who bought or sold me were criminalised. So that meant there were barriers to me exiting. That was abruptly stopped when my beautiful 17-year-old cousin, who had been groomed at the age of 14, was murdered by a sex buyer. He had been released from prison just a few months earlier. He had murdered a 19-year-old young woman who was involved in prostitution. He was given manslaughter on the grounds of provocation. And within months of his release, he murdered Maureen. That shook me into a harsh reality, and I exited. I was supported by a health project that told me, the workers at the health project told me, sex work is okay. I knew that was not true. Not only through my lived experience, but through the hundreds of girls and women I had met along the way. They told me I needed to get psychiatric help, that I was really damaged, but that most women and girls were empowered. I did not see this. I saw drug-addicted, desperately depressed. And yes, we were mentally ill. Yes, we were. Through this project, I found out about a feminist conference in another town in the UK. I didn't know what feminism was. I had no idea what feminism was. But it saved my life. Feminism saved my life. I was given a voice. I was able to speak and share my experience and be validated for what my lived experience was. But sadly, I still had many barriers in exiting because I couldn't get employment, I couldn't do university degrees, I couldn't go to college because my criminal record, which is 8 pages, double-sided, and describes me as a common prostitute, followed me everywhere. I set up an informal support group to support women to exit. On my own, from my house, I had a baby, I had mental health problems, I was in poverty, I was on benefits, but I knew women needed somewhere to go. And over the years, I found work with projects that were supporting women in prostitution. They did offer me that opportunity. Eventually, I had a breakdown because I could not stand the pain and sorrow I met every single day. Every woman I met, every girl I met was the walking dead. And I was mopping up misery every day. In 2016, I took a legal challenge with the state in the UK to get mine and other women's records. We should never, ever, we are not criminals. The men who bought me and sold me were the criminals. They have no criminal record for what they did. They are teachers, doctors, lawyers, fathers. They bought me and asked me to shave my pubic hair and wear school uniforms. They were child abusers, and I was an abused child. Last January, I was successful in winning just myself having a clear record. That was not what I fought for. It made no difference that they would just clear my name. I'm public. I shout and scream about this because I cannot tolerate the notion that women and girls have to be subjected to torture and violence for men's sexual gratification. No man has ever died from not getting access to a vagina. Women die every single day in the sex trade. So I continue my fight, and actually the state have appealed my individual win. Shocking, absolutely shocking, but I will fight. I will fight every day of my life to get women's records and children's records cleared so that they can go on to contribute to society in a positive way. I was very, very fortunate to meet amazing people who believed in me and really stood by me. And I set up an organisation in 2017 called Build a Girl. I was given a chance by a youth worker in the city that I live who recognised I was going to contribute in a beneficial way, not in an abusive way, to the girls and young women in my city. And I am now the CEO of Build a Girl. It's early intervention and prevention. I work with girls from as young as 8 years old who tell me they are hot. They come in and they pull their T-shirts and tell me they are hot. They are groomed, they are sexualised, they are pornified as children. Not on my watch. Not on my watch. So I run programmes to empower them. It's a safe space. There can be girls. We don't have phones. We don't have selfies. We don't have pouting, all this sexualised. We have 2 hours a week where them girls are safe and have fun, laugh, and build a good sense of self-esteem and a unique self. Not an object, not a piece of meat, a unique, strong, feminist girl. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona, for such a rousing opening remarks. I'm now going to ask Emilia Tiganis from Romania, from the femicidio.net organization, to speak.
Bueno, muy buenos días. Good morning, everybody. Voy a hablar en castellano porque
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to speak in Spanish. I'm so much better. My English is just not enough. First of all, I wish to thank Fiona. She's moved me. It's always so important to listen to survivors, and we feel and perceive the vibrations and the special energy that you only feel among survivors. And also I had to thank Diana. We met some months ago in Buenos Aires, and we pledged to meet again in Madrid, and I'm very thankful for the invitation. Thank you very much indeed to the CATW coalition. Thank you very much. And of course, I have to thank what it means to build people who trust you, on you, who support you, who place their hopes and their ability to love and to trust in people like me. So of course I have to express my very special team at the femicidio.net, because without them I wouldn't have made it here. And above all, especially particularly, I have to thank Graciela Tencio, the most important person in my life. She's my mentor, and she's the one who one day say, I believe you, and I'm going to place you as leader in the organization femicidio.net, which is feminicide in Spanish. It started before in 2010. I became a member of the team in 2015, and people may see like the Lone Ranger superheroine with a cape flying out of nowhere. It is not the case. It is a teamwork, collectively listening, helping people to gain more research data and study about the issue. And I feel very fortunate and very proud to be part of this very small team, which is a great team. So to start, I had a very short presentation because images are also relevant, and I knew we had very little time to talk. So I'm going to use my images, okay, as the backdrop to my presentation. When we talk about prostitution and women in prostitution, their voices, those can come from the very poorly called sex trade or industry. I don't like it. They talk about prostitution as if it were something that popped out of the blue, that suddenly women want to become prostitutes, when it is not the case. In truth, women become a commodity, a trade goods, which is the commodity that all this global pimping mafia uses in order to keep on making money, using the bodies of women as expendable, as disposable women, as part of the patriarchy system, which are the hookers, and in neoliberalism is the poor people, in post-colonialism, racialized black or colored women. So all kinds of oppressions, unfortunately, are found in this world of prostitution. This system for manufacturing hookers not only has to do with impoverishment and destitution. It has to do with the system. The system allows the pimps and procurers the perfect way to create the so-called happy hookers. Pimps want happy hookers. Society wants happy hookers. Everything is better in the world where hookers are happy. So what do? If they beat us or tie us to the bed and chain us and lock us up, they will never pay. They get away with it. So they have fine-tuned the system to capture us into prostitution through sexual violence at very early ages. Of course, I never dreamed to become a hooker when I was a little girl. I was born in a low-class, working-class family. I'm the eldest of the sister. I was neglected and emotionally neglected by my parents, but I never suffered hunger or extreme poverty. And I dreamed to be a teacher or a doctor. I was a very intelligent girl and very affectionate and very curious. One day, coming back from school with my uniform and my school backpack as a little girl, and I was raped by 5 men just on the way to school in a back alley. And the worst were that the rapes became systematic, and I became mute but by the shame, the fear, the guilt. I just felt panic. I just couldn't tell my parents because I thought it was my fault. It was my shame that I was going to shame my family. I never dared to tell them. And then I ended up excluded from the community and school. I was also forced to abandon school at 13 years of age, and I became illiterate and like dumb, even though I was a promising girl, and then I was excluded from the real world. And then I was captured and lured, and they told me all the beautiful things that would happen to me as a hooker in Spain, because in my society there was nothing worse than being a hooker except being a poor hooker. People would clap and admire the supposedly rich hookers that looked classy clothes and whatnot, and to me that had become a model, a role model to follow. And now you would think that young women here are safe. No, not the same at all. It's exactly the same thing that is happening here and today with the teenagers now. Even though they were born in a more equal world. And the message to adolescents, come on, don't be stupid, become a hooker. What are you, a Puritan? Make the best out of your body, get the money while you're young. And they're manufacturing hookers because the industry needs its commodity, of course. When we talk about prostitution, it seems that society understands something, or they want to deliver this measure that prostitution is a synonym to hookers. But prostitution is a patriarchal institution, but it's also a system, an economic system that prostitutes women, not all of them, just a few, usually women like us that have poor problems or from southern countries. In Spain, 60% are from Romanian origin. The others come from Nigeria and Latin America. They are the kind of women that fill the Spanish brothels. And the institutional system is fostering under the state, under the umbrella of the state, that allow the roads filled with concentration camps for destitute and impoverished women. We're not born poor, but they steal everything from us. They steal our chances, and we're impoverished and vulnerable, and we are pushed further into the hole by the system. And the penal code protects pimping because it does not penalize all types of pimping. And they call themselves entrepreneurs because they have drinking licenses. Stop using that language or euphemisms. They're not entrepreneurs, they're pimps. And they have brothels, not drinking places. And there are many more, and the sex buyers, many more than women. We don't know. Is it 60,000? It's either 100,000. But the pimps and the procurers are many more. And Spain has become sexual tourism destination because it is the largest consumer in Europe, and it is the gate from southern countries, Africa and Latin America, and it's the gateway to Europe. So pimps and criminals alike are very happy with the Spanish state. Prostitution is regulated. Women, if they want to, they become prostitution. What they want to legalize is pimping and sexual exploitation, which is completely different. So right now, and because of the next political elections, the time has come to take a stand and demand that we talk about prostitution, and not only in the feminist agenda, but in the general political agenda. No political party should ever get a vote unless they tell us what are they going to do for these women that are completely deprived of rights. And as abolitionists, we talk about real rights, help get it on their feet again, shelter, lodging, therapy, training, education, protection. All of these are human rights. Everything else is just advantages for the pimps. Thank you. When we talk about prostitution, the narrative that sells is the happy hooker who's so empowered, being penetrated through the rectum, the vagina, and the mouth, and manages men and gets all what they want, and some are a few maybe empowered, but most of us are not at all. We can't project our face and then go back again to the same violent space. I mean, it doesn't work that way. I don't know what happens here in Spain. I don't know what a case of like Ana Orantes will be needed so that people in prostitution understand how difficult it is, how dangerous it is to talk about the oppressors, that we want to go on fighting so that measures are implemented, and we have to make our faces public and our testimony is dangerous and our lives are in danger. But despite all that, they don't listen to us. I mean, as survivors, we believe it's because society plays the role of a coward. I said so in the press release. There are women like us who have survived, and we are courageous and brave enough to share our experience and our testimony for all of us. So you have to be brave to look at us straight in the eye, look at us straight in the face and feel empathy and compassion, because it's the only thing that's going to save the world when savage, wild capitalism and patriarchy is pervasive throughout society, fascism, colonialism, the abusive, and everything else. Women who have survived to these concentration camps, which are the brothels, the houses, the street prostitution, should be brave enough to speak out and to understand that this violent experience, that means you're available 24 hours, 7 days a week, and that you have to endure the porn movies that are always being shown 24 hours a day, so that you know and you are trained what you have to do, who you are and what your life is about. And then of course you need to eat and sleep if they let you, under a line and under a very strict control. The little money that you have, of course, is taken away, and it benefits the city councils, the economy. Some very small towns move around the brothel they have, and national economies or countries that center around sexual exploitation of the impoverished, vulnerable women. And also the terror of being penetrated by mouth, vagina, and rectum by men that we never desire. I don't know whether you have managed that situation, but what gives me the shivers is still very, very creepy. The reminder of the disgust of somebody else's sweat, how disgusting it is, and how it drops on top of you, to feel all that handling, that the brutal manipulation of our bodies. And of course, we had to sleep in the same asphyxiating spaces, all huddled together. After hours, penetration becomes an act of torture, and yet we are forced to sleep right there in a pile. My, the experience is described with this kind of this photograph. There are no hands on the watches because you lose sense of time. Time doesn't lapse any longer. Enslavement the slavery, the loss of identity just places us on automatic pilot in surviving. And we only focus on surviving because it is more than enough already in such a situation of torture. And Fiona also talked about homicides and assassinations in Spain. They're never recognized as gender violence official reports. We have documented 44 cases from the year 2010 until now, and it's just but the tip of the iceberg. Atrocious, brutal, obscene feminicides with venom and spite and hate. The body of the prostitute women is who have misogyny spray their battle against all of us because we become a symbol of women, and we're neglected and forgotten by the states and by society, which is the worst of all, because they feel, well, it was a hooker, she might have done something, she deserved it, she was a hooker, and all the kind of prejudices that despise us. The patriarchy has been very successful in dividing women between the holy women and those that are hookers and lost. And now the big challenge is to find each other and meet all together as women. It's the only way to combat stigma, not handing out identity cards that identify you as a hooker.
Documentar todos estos casos.
We need to document and collect evidence of the feminicides because of historical memory, because these women deserve acknowledgement and deserve to be remembered. And we can only do this through global, international networks, because after all, pimping and procurement is global. So abolitionists must become global as well, because otherwise we won't be successful in our fight. And I have very little time. Thank you very much, everybody. Of course, first, this is a feminist revolution. The feminist revolution must also take into account the past history, like suffragists did. Let's copy the model. Let's go out on the streets, the neighborhoods, the schools, everywhere. Let's do demonstrations, propaganda, spray the walls. I'm going to get the police after me by saying this out loud, but let's make it into a true revolution. Yes. And then, of course, I have to thank all my sisters, all survivors. I'm so very proud of us, of ourselves. We've been through hell. I'm sorry, because hell is here on earth. It's just around the corner at every brothel. And after going through hell, we still are human beings, and we are capable to help others, to love, to care for others, which is not the case with other women who enjoy the legacy by feminists that can go to study, go to college, have the right to vote, and they have a very comfortable life, creating content from academia, from their positions of power, to continue forcing us, the most destitute, poor, and vulnerable, to remain in our places because they would never, ever be there. And we can't stand for this anymore. We can't allow this to continue. Thank you very much.
Giving them a chance to acknowledge. Thank you. Thank you, Amelia. And what a wonderful follow-up to what Fiona said, just reinforced everything and very vividly explained the absence of choices that traffickers take advantage of for the sex buyer, and how we can dream of a world in which no girl or woman is bought or sold, without which no equality is possible. Thank you, Amelia. I would now like to ask Mickey Meiji from South Africa, from Embrace Dignity, to speak.
Good morning, everybody. As someone with first-hand experience of the brutality of the system of prostitution, I simply cannot understand the notion or the approach of trying to make prostitution safer for women who are in prostitution. And having thought about why all interventions that were targeted at making prostitution safer in relation to women not being murdered or raped within the system of prostitution, or women not being affected or infected by HIV and AIDS and other related health issues, it has been women have never been at the center of this. When I was in the streets for 9 years, I constantly heard women that I would be arrested with, spend weekends with in police cells, constantly saying we want proper, decent work. And to me, that alone said that nobody recognizes the system of prostitution as work. But above all, we have constantly been receiving, like Ruchule mentioned earlier on, that interventions targeted at women in prostitution means delivering condoms. And I usually say that we do not get infected with HIV and AIDS simply because condoms are absent. Where I come from, condoms are at each and every single corner. You enter a bar, you take condoms, nobody will ask you who are you going to have sex with, whether it's your wife, your husband, your grandfather, or anybody. They're not going to ask you who are you having sex with. But the reason why we still get infected after so many years and so much money being invested in the delivery of condoms, and it's because we lack the power to negotiate safer sex or condom use. So the system of prostitution in itself cannot be made safer. And then we have, we deal with stigma reduction. We invent and coin terminologies to fancify or glorify the brutal system of prostitution, and we go as far as wanting to call it work, or people that are talking about these issues without incorporating our views, then they want to call it work. Well, even when I was introduced to the terminology sex work, I was still not proud enough to go back home and tell my mother and my daughters, you know what, mommy is a sex worker, because it doesn't reduce the stigma, and women are constantly, are constantly dying within the system of prostitution and being stigmatized, being discriminated against, because the system of prostitution is not work, and our views did not matter much. And I had been thinking about this for years, and even when I had stopped going to the streets, I constantly was bothered by the fact that all interventions that are targeted at women in prostitution are not what the women have said. We constantly said in South Africa we wanted out of the system of prostitution, we wanted other jobs, we wanted to be empowered, some of us wanted to go back to school. But the response those who claimed to represent us went on and said to the government, they have a problem with the police and they have a problem with condoms and lubricants. And the government responded by delivering condoms and talking about what can be done about the police brutality. We failed combating human trafficking simply because we are supporting the notion of women's bodies as commodities and objects to be bought, sold, and exploited by men for their own sexual gratification. And this is not because because there aren't good laws in some places or some states about human trafficking, but we did not center survivors. And it's high time that we sat and listened to survivors. Hence, I decided after many years of these thoughts to establish or to form a movement of the survivors of the system of prostitution in South Africa, for us to start talking and advocating on our behalf so that these outcomes are successful. I mean, so that we have successful outcomes from the interventions that we are making in dealing with this crisis that we have globally of the system of prostitution. And so I thought about what do we need, and back home where I come from, many survivors are not have not got high levels of literacy. I'm trying to speak slow because I'm normally a fast speaker, so I am trying to pace myself because of the translation. So that's why I sound the way I sound. I'm also hearing myself. That's maybe another thing. Yeah, because I kept on thinking what's happening. So, yeah. It's kind of strange because I'm hearing my own voice. My apologies. So there can necessarily be no successful interventions, outcomes without centering women in this call. And as we are discussing today and yesterday about how we want to achieve by 2030, 5.2, which is promoting gender equality, I am reminded of a question that my daughter posed to me about 2 years ago when she was 16. After having watched me and somebody defending prostitution as work on television, she said to me, "This does not make sense. How is me being dependent on a man to have sex with me and paying me, promoting my equality to this man?" I would like to explore this notion more. This was a 16-year-old asking this question. It just simply did not make sense to her. And well, I said, because she knew the person that she saw on television, I said, well, maybe go to her. She has the answers. I am not promoting prostitution as work, and I'm definitely not promoting prostitution as gender equality. We can never be equal to men as long as we depend on them for anything. We can never achieve the goal of promoting gender equality as long as women and girls are viewed as commodities. One girl who walked in at Embrace Dignity 2 weeks ago had a question in a poem: when did my body become a business opportunity? She says this better in our language, which is isiXhosa, and she calls it ishishini, which means a business. What she asks in this poem of hers, what have I done to deserve this? Is it a sin for me to be born with a vagina, or is it a sin for me to be born with a womb that I gave birth to you, but then you simply turn around and turn that womb that was actually your transport to this planet and now commodify it and objectify it because you see business. So what I want to say is that we need to start listening to survivors, and survivors need to lead the way. These interventions, there are many interventions that have been, implemented, and things have been made available for us to access, and we are not accessing them because they are not there, but we are simply not responding or making use of them because they are not designed to incorporate what we actually want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mickey, for specifically talking about the fact that how this misnomer of just giving a different name to sexual exploitation as sex work does not change anything. And I wish those from the UN who are here and from other international organizations hear this, because you're getting testimony after testimony from survivors. The last speaker is Beatriz Rodriguez Rengifo from Colombia, and I would now like to ask her to speak.
Well, good morning, all of you, both men and women. My name is Beatriz Elena Rodriguez. I come from Colombia, and I believe that I'm not going to be too descriptive. I'm not going to focus too much on my history, because my predecessors, my 2 and 3 colleagues before me, have been really very descriptive. And and the factors are the same pain, the same crime against the dignity of women. I was, trafficked since the age of 14. Unfortunately, I was trafficked and even nearly sold by my own family. In my own family, that was where the traffickers were. From the fact from my 14 years of age. I was nearly all my life, practically 20 years, in the situation of prostitution and trafficking by my country and the world. Within this situation, that lasted more than 22 years, I had 3 children that were the product of this activity. I can't put up with to call it as they do now. Some of our colleagues or the pimps or the industrials. It's not an industry. It's not a trade. It is not a work. It is an use and abuse against the dignity of women that suffer this. I do not agree with in calling it in another way. I was in a situation that was extremely painful, without dignity, a total kidnapping of our own body that I suffered for many years. And I would rather like to concentrate more my talk in us making a collective reflection of all together as sisters, because this is the message that this patriarchal society, this machista society is leaving us, to each one of us women who are here today, each one of the academicians, the doctors, the prosecutors, your daughters, your friends, your colleagues, etc. This is the message that the prostitution, the fact of abusing and buying that woman, not because she's poor, not because she's illiterate. It's the message that this patriarchal society is leaving to each one of us. It's the value that men have. It's the concept, the idea that men have about us. We are just commodities that can be used, that can be abused, and that can be bought. This is what we are, we women in this society. I believe, and I'm ashamed, and if it's not so, I apologize, but I feel that this is the message that is being left by this activity carried out by men in our society. In my country, it's no secret for anyone that my country, the issue of prostitution and women, well, the rights of women and issues concerning women, the basic needs of women and strategic needs of women are not even in a second plane. They are not included in any political agenda, nor public agenda, nor academic agenda in our country. The context of the armed conflict and the war has absorbed us. All the resources, both economic resources and academic resources, and also of different possibilities and of research of all types. It has taken it all. And that's how all the issues that have to do with women, with women's rights, with this crime that is destroying in our country, because it's one of the economic sectors of our country. The first one is the war. This is the main economic sector in my country. The second one is drug trafficking. It's not a secret for anyone. And the third one is prostitution. In fact, I was born in a village that is called Pereira in the coffee region, and according to the studies, the small studies that we have been able to make from our organization, there are more than 42,000 women from a village that has 600,000 inhabitants. More than 42,000 of its women are being trafficked here in Spain. It's not in Europe, it's in Spain. So then you may understand that it's the third sector, economic sector in our country. For my government, it's not all important nor urgent to legislate concerning this issue in my country. On the other hand, I believe it's a very interesting sector for them, very interesting for the national tax office and the body and the selling of their women. It's a message that I would like you to, each one of the persons who are here in this room today, can take home to the other women, that sorority that we need in our country, in our countries from Latin America, because this crime against girls and women is ending us, is finishing, is destroying us. It's the total lack of knowledge. It's very natural in our Latin American countries and in Colombia. It's a natural thing that the cousin, the sister, the aunt, the girl at the corner is a hooker. And I take up one of the ideas that my predecessor said, and a happy hooker, by the way. Somehow, to be a hooker in my country, to be a prostitute in my country, well, has a status, certain status. The nice-looking hooker, the one that has the best curves, the nicest body, the one who earns in order to make possibly aesthetic surgery that is a fad in our country. Well, I didn't do that. It was not, I didn't have the chance, but now it's a fad, and it gives a lot of status, yes. And also with the pimps, the pimp who is the best one, who sells her and who knows how to sell, who has the right perfect contacts here in Spain in order to send these women, and the contacts from Japan. That gives a certain status in my country. It's become something that is so natural, this crime against women in my country, that gives a sort of status to these women to have or belong to a good, so to speak, pimp, a good seller of prostitution for the world. That's why I would like to, and I repeat again, I would like to send an SOS of sorority from Colombia with our women, our girls, with the victims that are suffering this crime in our bodies and in our lives, and why not in our families as well. From our own organization, that is an association of women that are meat products producers, we have two components within this organization. One of care to victims, to our colleagues, to those who are companions, to those who are there. We make rescues, and we try as well to, from our own needs and necessities, we try to take care and attenuate the damage and the harm caused and the pain caused, that harm that is consuming my different companions and my whole society. And another component that, thanks to a little time ago, thanks to the coalition, we have been able to develop, it's the component of prevention, teaching those new masculinities, looking for sorority of the other women, the academicians, the journalists in my country, through qualification in women's rights, in the new masculinities that we can find in our territory. And the other component that we are also developing, and I believe it's quite well developed, by the way, as well, is the component of care to the victims, caring for the victims and attention to the victims in qualification and rescuing those groups, and also empower them with their rights. In our organization, we also have care in housing, health for women and their families, because we are convinced that when a woman is in this situation, it's the whole family, the one that is also suffering this lack of dignity and that abuse. And that's the case and the experience from my side as well. It was very hard for me, and it has been very hard. It's still very difficult. With my children and myself, we feel that discrimination in our environment because it's not easy to be the son or the daughter of a hooker. My children today are 3 professionals. They all work, and they give also their time to our organization. They have been educated there, and they work for the organization, but it's not easy for them. At the university, at college, always they are called, well, they are the son of the one who was a hooker or the prostitute, Beatriz. That's not easy for them. And the discrimination is still there. It is still the blame, the guilt that they feel as well when the pimps and the buyers, the procurers are not blamed, but we who suffer are claimed guilty. That's why from our organization, we want to send this message of requesting for this sorority of each one of you, from each one of you, and so that we have to be very watchful. We will have to look. It's not the use and abuse of just one woman. It's not the use and abuse and the purchase of Beatriz because she's a hooker, because she's poor, because she's illiterate. It's the message that this society, patriarchal and machistic society, is leaving us to each one of you. It's the value that we women have in this society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beatriz. We just have
Thank you, Beatriz.
Before I ask anybody for questions, I want to give time to Miles from Philippines to speak anything that she wants to, because we haven't had a survivor from Asia, and I think she's sitting in the second row there.
Good morning, everyone. Isa akong survivor ng prostitution at isa po akong people living with HIV. Sa Pilipinas kasi, kapag HIV positive ka at survivor ka ng prostitution, hindi ka pinapansin. Kumbaga napakaliit ng tingin ng lipunan sa aming mga survivor ng prostitution na may HIV. Ganon din yung gobyerno namin mismo. Sila mismo yung nag-discriminate o napakaliit ng tingin nila sa amin.
I am Miles Paredes. I'm a person living with HIV. In the Philippines, the government neglects women who are living with HIV. Even the government does not have enough services for us.
Nung time na nalaman kong HIV positive ako, syempre nanghina ako. Pero sobrang thankful ako kasi may CATWAP na tumulong. Yung Coalition Against Trafficking in Women, Asia Pacific. Kung wala talaga ang CATWAP, siguro nakabaon na ako sa lupa. So sa tulong nila, bumangon ako. At yung pagiging HIV positive ko, hindi yun naging hadlang para tumayo ako, magsalita ako in public, kontrahin ko ang gobyerno, yung ibang organisasyon na ang tingin sa kababaihang nasa prostitusyon, lalo na yung mga kababaihang infected ng HIV ay napakaliit. Isa ako sa mga kumukontra, isa ako sa mga tumatayo na leader ng mga kababaihang survivor ng prostitution sa Pilipinas na may mga HIV.
When I learned that I had HIV, I became weak, but because there was the Coalition Against Trafficking in Women Asia Pacific, I was empowered. So if there was no CATWAP, I might have been long dead by now. So now I am standing up, criticizing the government's policy on HIV. I am not afraid to speak up.
last po, thank you po na sa organizer po ng event na ito na na-invite din po ako kasama ng Executive Director ng CATW na nakarating ako dito. At sana huwag po nating kalimutan, lalong-lalo na po sa mga survivors na narinig ko. Sobrang proud po ako na nakilala ko kayo at ipagmamalaki ko po kayo sa grupo ko pag-uwi ko ng Pilipinas. Thank you.
I am very thankful for the organizers of this event for bringing us here. And also, I will, to my fellow sister survivors, I am very proud of all of you, and I'm going to tell your stories to my sister survivors.
So we are almost out of time. We have I think 2 minutes left. So I have more time? 10 minutes left. Okay. So what I'll do is, if we can switch the lights on in the audience, then I can ask 3 hands to tell their questions, one after another, and then anybody from the panel can answer one by one. Yes? I can see that hand.
Hola, buenos días.
Hello, good morning. Very proud of each one of you, Amelia, as part of your team. Pure love. Simply, we're building on the idea that you mentioned about the teamwork and have a conceptualization behind and having somebody who can be a sort of shield, an association or a project, and binding with the idea that is sold that only happy hookers can talk. Even Amelia, at a point in time, she was told she couldn't speak because she was victim of human trafficking and not prostitution. I would like you to tell us a bit with what Mickey also said about up to what extent do we have to demand women as myself who haven't been survivors of trafficking or prostitution to make the reflection, the thought that the daughter of Mickey said, that to study up to what extent this is really feministic and really achievement towards the equality to sell the prostitution as a work.
Person behind you, 2 rows behind you. Yes.
Hola.
Yes, well, I have been moved with your words. I really am very grateful for your interventions. And in this very sincere request that you ask for this sorority and help, I tell you what you think that, well, I think that we are also contributing to prostitution ourselves, we women, in the sense that in this misunderstanding, this hypocrisy that exists of thinking that human trafficking, everybody's against it, all governments are against human trafficking, but prostitution is something else. And we have to dismantle that. And I think that maybe, well, it's just an idea, maybe, well, in Spain, the justice, that's what I know and where I take part, is spending a lot of money in judging the pimps and the procurers. Weeks. It takes weeks to subject to court a band that every day they have to go with the police, they have to be there in the court with the policemen, each one of them, maybe they are 20, they are very dangerous people. All this has an enormous cost, and this cost, we should know about it, we should know what it is, and we should say that we shouldn't have to pay that cost. We are not the demand. So we from Europe, at least, we shouldn't contribute to prostitution. I said first the word pornography, but everything belongs to the same. Everything is in the same bag. Thank you.
There. If you just stand up, then the person with the mic can see you. Why don't you stand up? Yes.
Una pregunta muy breve. Buenos días.
Brief question. Good morning, everybody. For the Colombian person, Beatriz. What is your opinion about that whilst we are here in groups of 100, 200, making a great effort, etc., we here are flabbergasted with the a series that is called Narcos, because when you open the idea of the hooker and the pimp, I was lucky to live a time in Mexico, and this is how Netflix is doing advertising. And here we are all looking at watching a series like this one that appears, and we fight on the one side against the stigma, and then we are super fans of Netflix and products as the film Narcos or the TV series, that is TV sitcom.
Just answer in a minute. It's a challenge, but if you can answer the questions in a minute. Yes.
Okay, so I mean, there was so much said then, so it's, I'll just, I think what frightens me is the academics who speak for me, who have absolutely no clue what it's like to live and service 10 to 15 men a day. They do not speak for me. They coined the phrase sex work. No way a woman who lived that experience would call it that. So I think we really have to go for these people. They are very well funded. They have got a voice. They are very loud. And people need to stand in solidarity with us. Desperately need this, because otherwise we are going to sell our girls down the pan. That we have got the walking dead and sex objects, and we are not vaginas and veins. We are not vaginas and veins.
Bueno, sobre si solo pueden hablar.
If only hookers can talk, having gone through the prostitution makes you not an expert in prostitution, as has suffered gender violence doesn't become you an expert in gender violence. We need much more than that. So please, women who suffer extreme violence, in order to make decisions that are important for all of us, and not only but to the whole society as well, because in this first world, so-called, we bet clearly for a society that is feminist, society equality between men and women, not for free, but because the feminist movement in Spain is very strong. Simply just because of that, we are advancing and progressing and going along and lobbying. But we advance and lobby, and what do? They go to the brothel, yes. And that's how we are not going to obtain equality for all women, not only for some, of course. And then as to the differentiation between human trafficking and prostitution, human trafficking is good, bad, and prostitution is good if it's chosen. The human trafficking is a means, it's not a goal. And the goal is to be exploited sexually. Let's talk about manipulations and lies and all these things that I don't want to speak bad, but let's don't think like in that way, because human trafficking, I define it as the honeymoon in the cycle of violence, because when they lure us and they fool us, our life is beautiful because we dream with a better life, not because we are going to be in prostitution, because for everything that will come later, because none of us, dream with be retired as a hooker. We retire to go, we dream without coming out from it, exiting as soon as possible, and we don't want to have in our record that we are sexual workers. That Silvia Federici says that intellectual exploitation is worse than the physical one, but just in case she's not penetrated in all her holes by all men who come through, that she travels around the world exploiting her intellectual capacity because she has been able to study and be who she is, and go down to earth, to the depth, and give the hand to the one who needs it the most, and stop inventing Pretty Woman and Richard Gere and Hollywood stories of Netflix and all that. That's enough with that.
I believe that we need to start taking the approach of dealing with prostitution as what it is, which is men's violence against women, and not put it aside when we talk about gender-based violence and all
Contra la
violence
sociedad.
against women. So I think that's the point that we need to reach in order for us to achieve gender equality. We need to deal with prostitution as men's violence against women and nothing else but that. And yeah, thank you.
Bueno, yo agradezco a la
Thank you. Thank you to the girl who spoke out loud her comment or reflection. That's the underlying message that is found in this patriarchal society against women and girls, against each and every one of us here. It's a patriarchal, deeply rooted message of glorifying the happy hooker that is so pretty and so very special because she's the hooker to the drug lord. That's the kind of message that is being disseminated, trying to convince all of us women. We have suffered that violence in our own flesh and blood, extreme violence of abuse and purchasing and commoditization of our bodies, of our very own sense of being, of our own personality that is crushed. And that is the message that is euphemistically delivered by this patriarchal society. Watch out. Be very careful. We must be on our toes, keeping track of these Hollywood-style messages that are being conveyed when it is a crime against humanity. It's a crime against women. There is no such industry, there is no trade, there is no job or work. It's just a crime against women. Maybe there is time for one very last comment or question. Ruchira? One question more here. Hello, good morning. Thank you very much, everybody. I work daily trying to help and support women who are still currently in prostitution. How do you think we can support you gradually a day to bear or endure the situation or make it better until you finally find a way to exit? Do you have any suggestions? How can we make it better as an experience, better empowered when we get close to you and we offer your help? Do you have any advice?
En nuestro caso,
In our own particular situation, of course, I'm speaking of what Colombia is. Sisterhood, sorority is what is we're requesting, and it has two possibilities. The academicians, lawyers, the people who study and research this need to go on doing it and involving us, okay, with our participation as survivors. Survivors of these crimes should be included in the drafting, the legislation, the studies, and the investigation that you all do as academicians, and a very, very dire need that we have in our countries to be able to have the means and the money to provide care, to mitigate the damage, for rescuing and helping women who want to exit, to care for the women and the girls who are in this horrible situation, to provide their very basic needs which are unmet, always trying to guarantee the right of the women who are suffering from this crime. And that's what we do in our country. It's a sisterhood, a sorority that we call upon. And we're fighting in our country through this double approach, okay? So we want to go on studying and supporting and researching, involving us so that we can contribute with our experience and express our needs as survivors in your investigations and your studies, because academicians are needed too, of course, with our participation. And then also there's another component where we provide care for the women are in this situation. who are still in prostitution. Right now in Venezuela, for example, with the economic crisis, it was skyrocketing in our needs and our care ability. It's overwhelmed. We just can't cope anymore. We get a lot of women from Venezuela and Colombia who are finding themselves in this situation because of the crime they suffered.
That I can say we need support on to exit is people who are going to offer themselves and their support and listen to what survivors want to do, instead of being offered a package to say this is what you actually need. It would be better for us to be lent an ear and allowed to lead our own processes.
I was going to say exactly the same, Mickey. One size doesn't fit all. We're all unique, and we're actually, if we're given the opportunity, we'll make our journey. We just need people walking by our side, investing in us, supporting us, giving us safe space to recover, and valuing us, and listening to us, not telling us what we think. And I think the best thing as well for workers is to speak out with us, because the sex work narrative is very loud and very well funded, and we all need to keep telling the world this is not okay.
Sin duda alguna, creo que la solución desde mi punto.
Undoubtedly, the solution from my point of view, knowing that the majority of women being trafficked are Romanians, supposedly tricked into romantic love and are exploited by their own significant others just too often, and yet it's not only my opinion, okay? I know that there are many women in prostitution who express similar opinions. I mean, I'm very concerned and worried for the organizations and associations, because there's some money around, right, in the fight against trafficking. It's not enough. We need politicians. Yeah, we may get money and funds and have this kind of a paternalistic attitude, but I'm sorry, we're part of the system. Yeah, we can get our way, just go back home. Aren't we so very good? Aren't we doing everything brilliantly? I'm sorry, that's it. Enough is enough already. No, please. And this has to do with talking about feminism with the women in the prostitution system, so that they can sort of understand and adjust to their own life, to their own existence, and fit in the puzzle pieces of their life experience within a political context, because it's the only way to get things done. Then you will be free of guilt, shame, and fear. And then they will have activism, become political subjects, and will drive the change. That's what we need. Thank you very much.
To the knowledge of survivors, because experience is knowledge, and until that is acknowledged at the UN, we won't be able to bring about change. The UN has a beautiful protocol, but the language of sex work has crept into so many documents, and that's a big challenge for us. For all of you in Spain who asked the question, how do you make people realize that prostitution is an outcome of trafficking? I think the best thing to do is to take people away from defining exploitation through the paradigm of choice, that did she choose it or did she not choose it? Because women often choose things under very adverse circumstances in the framework of inequality. How about looking at exploitation and prostitution as whether it causes harm or not? Looking at exploitation from the framework of harm, because that will then change what we think about prostitution. It has its own inherent physical and mental health consequences. It is based on body penetration. I call it body invasion. And nothing can be, it cannot be legislated away because that's what men are paying for. Thank you.
Por favor, vamos un...
We're sorry, we're slightly late, so the rest is to 11:30. Please remember not to smoke outside. Please remember not to bring.
Buenos días.
Well, good morning. We start now the second panel this morning after the first very emotional, moving panel where we have learned a lesson from the survivors. And this has to do with one of the other legs, so to speak, of the prostitution network, the demand. And in the first place of the feminist agenda and human rights that are the true responsible of the existence of prostitution are the males that go every day to use and abuse women in prostitution. We can't approach this panel without putting forward that in Madrid, in the city where this meeting is being held, last week there was a municipal law in order to punish the demand, and didn't see the light, so to speak, because two of the parties voted against, PP and Ciudadanos, and the third one, the one that is governing in the municipality of Madrid, abstained with arguments as those what they usually use. Sanctioning the demand is damaging, they say, the women in prostitution. And this is what we're going to be talking about here today with the speakers and the women and the male speaker in the panel. Each one will have 10 minutes. Rosa, how do you analyze the pimp in the abolitionist studies? And we also like to know how we can build this hegemonic macro narrative of the pimp and around the procurer. Please, you can start. Well, good morning. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Kat W. and Choni Miura and my dear friend Tere Ulloa because thanks to them, that's why I'm here today. And the first thing we should say is that the prostitution today in the 21st century is part of the political project of the patriarchy and neoliberal capitalism of the 21st century. And why? Because prostitution is strengthening the power of males, is strengthening the patriarchal imaginarium, but lastly gives more power to the males. And this is a fundamental element that connects us with the demand. I would like to explain how the demanders, the pimps figure is being studied at the university. And I want to say that until a short while ago at the university, when they studied and they researched on prostitution, it was done from the as being very objective in research, but it was a research that had a clearly regulationist position. Very short time ago in Spain, the Spanish university, that's a little while ago, they have started analyzing and researching on prostitution as what it is. One of the foundational institutions of patriarchy, but mainly look at, and this is the fundamental idea that I wanted to put forward and explain at this respect. This type of studies that has been made from an abolitionist perspective in the Spanish university since a very few years, on the other hand, have been building an extraordinary, with many difficulties, because we have to talk about difficulties, an interpretation framework on the prostitution. An interpretation framework on prostitution has a fundamental item, and this fundamental item to it is to tell what has never been told. give theories about something that historically has been under-theorized, put forward everything that historically has been hidden, marginalized. This is the task that we have undertaken, we who work on prostitution from a critical point of view. This has been the fundamental task, and this task is exactly the core of what critical thoughts do. So in this framework of interpretation that we have built with many difficulties, as I said, one of the things that we have done has been to make visualize, identify analytically and politically the person of the prostituter, of the pimp, of the procuring, of the demanding person. What we have done has been we have explained that this person is a constitutive actor of the prostitutional system, and that prostitution is founded not on prostituted women, but it's founded on the pimp. And what we have shown is that without demand, there is no supply or offer. So the fundamental idea is that pimps are a group, a collective group that is responsible or has responsibility in the violence that is carried out in prostitution against women. And this is the fundamental idea that I wanted to put forward. And the second one is how the demand is being built. Throughout history, there has been a fundamental idea to build the demand that has been an essentialist one. It has been a strongly patriarchal argument, the idea that men have sexuality that they can't stop, enormous, overwhelming sexuality. And this can only be satisfied through either marriage, patriarchal marriage, or through prostitution. Well, this argument has been losing a certain strength and has been replaced by another one, another different narrative. And this narrative has a lot to do with neoliberal capitalism. They conceptualize the pimp as a client. And what does that mean? This means that we depolitize prostitution, and this means that we understand that prostitution is an act of consumption in which there are two parties. We have, on the one hand, we have the one who buys, and on the other hand, the one who sells. And the one who buys and sells are in a commercial relationship. It's a relationship of equality. And that's why these are the two big arguments. This second argument has a lot to do, but also a lot to do with the importance and the relevance that the prostitution has in the neoliberal capitalism. Now, in the 21st century, is making an operation that it didn't do before at the midst of the 20th century, that was articulating and giving demands that are patriarchal. If the neoliberal capitalism didn't exist, the prostitution wouldn't have become in the big industry that it is today. If the neoliberal capitalism didn't exist, the renting rooms would not be the element that exists today. The third point that I would like to talk about is an institution that is essential core for the patriarchal system, that is the hegemonic masculinity. I like very much the concept of hegemonic masculinity because this is a concept that is linking every male with patriarchy. There is a sort of ideological climate that wants to make responsible not so much the males individually, but just the patriarchy as a system, the concept of hegemonic masculinity at the same time that it's responsible as is the males as a system, establish a direct line with the males that come to prostitution, a direct path. This is a concept that calls on men. I just would like to define, and I have 3 minutes left, I think, I would just like to define how we could define hegemonic masculinity. I like very much as the psychiatrist Bonino, the psychoanalyst, says that this is a normativizing configuration that models the subjectivity and the corporality and the existential position of males. Hegemonic masculinity is a structure that is metastable, it's elastic, it's flexible, and it's and it is flexible so that it doesn't break in spite of the leaking points that may exist in the masculinity. Hegemonic masculinity is the result of the internal subjective pressure that males have internalized through intense and long process of socializing, but there is also another external pressure. The external pressure comes from the structures, symbolic structures and material structures from the patriarchy. There is a strong normative pressure so that males don't come out from this model. And why do I talk about this? Because hegemonic masculinity is the habitat, the natural habitat in which, rather, prostitution is the natural habitat in which hegemonic masculinity is developing. In prostitution, those males live the fiction of equality, and the fiction of equality because that's where we have the dissolution of the intramasculine hierarchy, or they are all the same. Facing the hooker, there is no difference. There are no wealthy or poor, no white, no black, all are the same, and all become what Celia Moros will define as a fratry. The prostitution strengthens the horizontal affiliations in the same direction, but mainly hegemonic masculinity is erasing from the subjectivity of the John the limits between violence, coercion, and consent. Their aggressive practices and violent practices are carried out as voluntary acts from the prostituted women. That's why I believe that the only possible way of being able to define the Johns is as new barbarians of patriarchy, because they do support violence, explicit violence, and sometimes brutal violence against women. One could say that the Johns, and I'm going to say that in a metaphoric manner, are a true, and I say that as a metaphor, are a true death squatter. Thank you, Rosa, for stating things so clearly, for being so specific and accurate, and for defining so well how the John is being built. Rachel Moran from Ireland would like to somehow, I would like you to explain how is your intense work and how has your work been in the Irish campaign. Turn off the red light. Turn off the red light based on this Swedish model that we defend. How has your work been there? And I also would like, in the 10 minutes that you have available, if you can tell us about how women experience. What do the survivors of prostitution say with respect to that man, that John, that male prostituting man, person? What do the survivors say?
Is that it's a very strange position to be in, to be on this side of the political fence, having come out of the system of prostitution, and to hear the men described in ways that they were absolutely never described while we were in it. So we're listening to a lot of this, you know, sex workers' rights nonsense that deliberately, consistently conceals the reality of how the women feel about the men. When I was in brothels and standing on street corners, we would routinely ask each other little questions or make little remarks along the lines of, for example, when a man would leave, a woman would say, "How bad was he?" She never said, "Was he bad?" She said, "How bad was he?" We were talking about a scale here. So I've just realised I'm having the same experience Mickey did earlier on with my headphones. So I want to talk a bit more. I'll come back to the turn off the red light thing now in a bit, but I want to talk about words and language, because I really feel that if we are to win this battle, the foundation stone we build it on will be the language that we use to describe what's really happening here. And I personally don't believe that we've even fully developed that language yet at this point. We're moving towards it as a process. And as I continue with my own activism and as the years go by, I find that I'm developing and deepening my own ideas. I used words 5 years ago, for example, that I would never use today. And there's so much to say about words and language, you could never collapse it into 10 minutes. So I'm going to just focus on one particular point, and that's the point of consent. And I think, you know, we can't talk about prostitution without talking about sex, and I think that that's something that we don't do enough of. Because the reality is there are areas of the human experience that are beyond the laws of capitalism. And I find that when you use analogies and when you explain things by the use of examples, it really can help wake people up. So I like to talk about the way that, can you imagine now if I'd like to ask each of you to imagine if you and I were sitting at a table, and for some reason unknown to you, I just did this, a smile that never reached my eyes. Some of us will have seen really creepy, demented smiles like that in our lives. They are most terrifying. Now, another example would be if you were in a vulnerable moment for some reason and you could really do with a hug. But somebody put their arms around you, there was absolutely no affection whatsoever involved in it. They had no intention of offering you compassion. You would not want those arms around you. Now, the points that I'm making here is a smile is driven by humour, a hug by affection, and sex by mutuality, not consent. We need to stop using that stupid word. Sex is about mutuality. Consent is something that I would consent you to do something to me, but sex is not about to me, it's about with me. So we need to get rid of the terminology there and start talking about mutuality, because you could not even take one glance at prostitution and pretend that there's anything mutual going on, because it's baldly obvious that if there was, nobody would be open their wallet, nobody would be getting paid. So what I'd really like us to do is to come back to very closely and carefully examine the language that we are using, and to continue to move forward using truthful, accurate terms. The term sex work is something that I refer to as a piece of double-barreled bullshit, because prostitution is neither sex nor work. It's a system of compensated sexual assault. And as my friend and colleague Vanita Carter pointed out at the press conference this morning, the harm and the damage, the integral harm and the damage of prostitution is the sex act itself. If no man had ever raised a hand or a fist in the history of the world to a woman in prostitution, she would have been harmed and damaged still in every single sex act. And like Fiona mentioned on the earlier panel, yeah, we were mentally ill. I mean, you can be damn sure I needed psychiatric support after having been used by several thousand men. We understand in the world now, thank God, the very deep particular type of pain that's connected with sexual assault. We are nowhere near there yet with prostitution. It is the sense of culpability, by the way, that's involved in prostitution that is certainly for me one of the deepest parts of the damage. I remember writing the lines in my book that there was no lonelier experience that you could have than looking at the cash that a man has left behind him for what would have been regarded as rape in any other circumstances. You know, I really believe that we all know what prostitution is on a sensory level. I really do. It's just that a lot of us have not intellectualized it yet because we haven't had to. But the reality is, and I guarantee there isn't a person in this room who wouldn't be struck by a deep sense of disturbance at the thought of the woman they love the most, be it your mother, your sister, whoever it may be, in a brothel. And there isn't a punter on this planet either. That's the term we use in Ireland, punter. You'd say John in the United States. There isn't one of them who'd walk through a brothel's door and open the door and be perfectly happy to see a woman they gave a damn about sitting on the brothel's bed. And that in itself tells you the men know exactly what it is that they're doing. You know, they know the wrong of this. It's just that they prize their orgasms more highly than women's mental and psychological health. Women in what I refer to as the pro-prostitution lobby I think what's going on with them, they make up a tiny, tiny fraction, by the way, of the women in this situation, and I do mean tiny. So much so that in 7 years of prostitution, I never met one myself. I never met a woman who said she was happy, she was empowered, she was contented. You know, that's just fantasy. But, you know, I think that there is a bone-deep selfishness in their position, because what they are basically saying is, prostitution suits me in the here and now, so therefore I'm going to impose it on society across space and time for all the generations of women coming up behind me yet to be born and on out into infinity, just because there's something of convenience in this for me in the here and now. And it makes me incredibly angry, because I just can't wrap my mind around that level of selfishness. And I would ask as a favour to all of you, please, wherever you come across that, do not accept it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Yes, in South Africa, we have one of the countries in the world where AIDS and HIV is rampant and has hit you the hardest. What about your work in your organization? Because of the social stigmatization of sex buyers in the prostitution system, are you questioning or fighting those damage control policies undertaken by the state and the government? What are your actions to fight against this and to try to finish with it? You have 10 minutes only, of course, please.
Buenos dias. Molweni, Sanbonani, good morning. Buenos dias. No one's responding. Is my Spanish that bad? Thank you. 10 minutes is a short time. So I think I'm going to steal some of Per Anders' time. Because in my brief, I was asked to talk about combating the demand for prostitution as part of ending sex trafficking. And I'll be speaking largely to that. I will, of course, mention HIV and AIDS towards the end, if I may, so I'll try and go very quickly. I want to apologize because I'm going to be sitting at an awkward angle. My technology hasn't worked the way I thought it would. So I'll be looking at the slides. So please forgive me, forgive my back. So I come from South Africa. In 2010, South Africa hosted the FIFA World Cup. A year before that, Tatiana Malachi went to Cape Town to join the Cape Dance Academy. That is what she was told. She was going to become a dancer. In Cape Town, she was immediately taken over by a strip club called the House of Rasputin. South Africa did not have any laws to protect women like Tatiana Malachi at that time. Nobody was put to jail for what they did to her, for deceiving her. Instead, she was locked up. She was locked up at Paulsmoor Prison for 16 days. And the reason she was locked up was that she had decided to leave South Africa because obviously she didn't want to do what she was being asked to do. But the person who trafficked her to South Africa said, "You can't leave. You owe me. You owe me for the return ticket for bringing you here. You owe me for the boarding where you've been lodging the whole time you've been here." So he had her locked up at Paulsmoor prison. No one in South Africa, I don't know if anyone in the world, has ever been arrested for owing somebody money. In South Africa at that time, we did have a law where the magistrate where you could be locked up. If you owed somebody for as little as 45 Rand, that's about $4 or something like that. But Tatiana made history because through her activism, she managed to have that law repealed in South Africa. So we're grateful to her for that. Fortunately, at this conference, I've met somebody who supports women like Tatiana Malachi. She's from Moldova. I'm hoping she's going to take Tatiana home from South Africa. If she's still there, I haven't been able to work out whether she's still in South Africa, but she certainly didn't want to go to a strip club. I mentioned this story because, as I was saying, South Africa was going to host the FIFA World Cup, and the sex industry was preparing itself for making lots of money. And they were using a law in South Africa that allows business to import skills, scarce skills. These are skills we need for our economy. So they were using this law to say strippers are a special skill, and they brought them into the country to exploit them, to even injure them in the interest of making money. Please move. I don't know how to make the slides move. Okay, so very quickly, I again want to congratulate CATW for organizing this very important conference, for bringing us together here in Madrid to reflect on the struggle to end the brutality against women and girls, and to make sure that our governments in our countries and internationally do not forget women and girls. I'm Nozizwe Madlala Routledge, co-founder and executive director of Embrace Dignity. I'm here with Miki Meji, a survivor leader. I'm sure you heard her speak this morning. She calls me Mama. I'm so happy to see young leaders from Africa coming up. And I will be quoting Sotfa later on because I'm just so excited to see these young abolitionists who say, I'm proudly a radical feminist, I'm an abolitionist. So Embrace Dignity is committed to ending the system of prostitution, which, as you know, is closely linked to sex trafficking. Please, can I just use it because I have to move quite. Next one. So already, I think I've said something about Embrace Dignity. We challenge the power inequalities that render women and girls vulnerable to prostitution. And we do this in 3 ways. We advocate for the equality law, and I'm sure you'll be hearing, you've heard a lot about the equality law and why we like it so much. We also shift the burden of criminality from the women. We pick up the cases that come to us about police brutality. We educate society, we educate lawmakers about who the actual criminals are. We also support the women to exit prostitution. And as Miki said, it has to be survivor-centered. And we try to do this, and it has to be specialized to their needs. Back. Now, I won't read all of that. I hope you can read it. I was just inspired by the words of Dochan Leopold, who is co-founder of CATW, who's not able to join us today. But basically what that says is that all victims of sex trafficking are victims of sexual assault. So there's a continuum. You can find this in the CATW website. She's a great inspiration. So we're focusing on demand. Why focus on demand? I think you've all heard already that if there was no demand, there would be no supply. And I quote Catherine McKinnon, who says that, thank you. Thank you for that, because these are some of our heroes or sheroes, I don't know how you say it. And she says that the sex industry exists because there are millions of men whom no one is forcing exercise their patriarchal status. Their free choice to buy women to use sexually, it produces immense profit for the traffickers and pimps who provide the supply. It is critical to implement legal safeguards for women and girls, that is to alleviate the vulnerability that renders them vulnerable to being trafficked. So yesterday we heard evidence and research about the harms of prostitution. Melissa Farley referred to a study in 5 countries where 1,000 men were interviewed, and the outcome of that research is very similar to research that was done in Johannesburg, which found that if you look at number 5, men who engage in transactional sex are 3.5 times likely to beat or rape or kill a woman. Men who buy sex are 2.8 times likely to beat, rape, or kill a woman. Men who feel a sense of sexual entitlement are 2.4 times likely to beat, rape, or kill a woman. It carries on. Men with multiple partners, and you know this is the case in prostitution, and men who have a controlling behavior. So this is, other than anything else, the reason why we should abolish prostitution and why we should focus on demand. So I thought with all of you here and the knowledge base that exists here, it will be very important for us to do more research to understand what generates the demand. And there are industries that actually generate the demand. And one of these is pornography. She says my time is over. I thought 10 minutes was a long time. But of course, it depends whether you're sitting on a stove or you're sitting to a handsome man. So, will you give me more time later, or shall I just zoom quickly? Okay.
Finish.
Okay, so in terms of the industries, I'll just list some of them. I've mentioned pornography. These are some of them on the list. You can see them for yourselves. And I'd be very keen for the students to go and study these industries and how they generate the demand. But the common thing about these industries is that there's a lot of young men around in those industries, whether it's mining, construction, trucking, etc. And of course, they have a lot of disposable cash. Now, even in the church, here, this is in the center of Cape Town, the Methodist Church, a very well-respected priest decided to put up a banner at his church. It says Jesus was the first to decriminalize sex work. And of course, Yes. Of course, the scripture he was quoting was wrong, but the fact of the matter is that this is a man who is well respected, who was saying these words, obviously being captured by the sex industry, who celebrate men like him saying things like this. So these are just some of our successes that embrace dignity. We're going to share these slides, but what we want to say is that we're very optimistic that we'll get the equality law in South Africa. But I can't finish without showing you some of our exciting collaboration with our international partners. And this is very, very interesting. Sex buyer beware. This is organic. It has come from the ground, from the police, and we're partnering with the police. They've decided that it's the demand they must go after and not the women. So, this is in Cape Town. I'm sure you recognize one of the people in that picture. And the man sitting between Per Anders and me is a judge of the High Court who agrees with us. And this is in our parliament. I think you recognize Gregoire. And that MP said to me afterwards, "Who is this articulate young man?" And this is us in parliament again. Please ask me later about HIV/AIDS.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nazizwe.
Per Anders.
Per Anders Sumerson. What is the Swedish model doing to implement the Swedish model throughout the world, in particular in the European Union, United Nations, and the international fora? What are you doing to disseminate the Swedish model? What are the results of the implementation of the Swedish model that we all vindicate and we all know about? 10 minutes, yes.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to be representing the Swedish feminist government. I'm very happy that the new Swedish government just was confirmed. It's very nice to be representing a government who sees it as a priority to protect its citizens from violence, and therefore have a very clear stand on prostitution. Prostitution can never be a job, it's always exploitation. It's also very nice to represent a government who has decided that they want to have a function like the one I'm representing, that full-time will be, promoting the Nordic model and try to influence other countries, talk about the consequences of the legislation, both within the UN, within the EU, and also bilateral with different countries. And actually, I'm so happy coming here to Spain that me and my foreign minister, Margot Wallström, who is, really a champion on these issues, we wrote an article the other day that we hope will be published in a Spanish newspaper tomorrow or next day regarding the effects of the Swedish law and how much we would love to team up with Spain on this issue. And talking to a lot of people here, I can't help feeling that it is getting close, and it's all a matter of strong advocacy now. So I really believe in Spain doing this soon. Let me also say that I sometimes get credits for being the voice on this issue, but I really want to say that our embassies around the world are doing a great job, and the Swedish embassy here in Spain has been doing a lot of advocacy for the Nordic model, and my government has just decided to produce an education, e-education that's going to be distributed to all the Swedish embassies around the world, to have every embassy work even harder on this issue. So that's good. So I'm not the only Swede working on this, far from. Having said that, I want to say thank you to Kat W. and the Fundación for arranging this conference, of course, and for inviting me. I also want to say congratulations to your 30th birthday. Really. I mean, you are doing a fantastic work, and you are doing it in good company with many other civil organizations. And as a representative for the Swedish government, it's important for me to say that if it wasn't for the civil society 30 years ago, there would be no Swedish model, because that was all thanks to the women's movement in Sweden, who was just tired of men's violence against women and tired of the gender inequality in Sweden, who pushed for this. And I also want to acknowledge the civil society in Sweden for doing a fantastic work today. If it wasn't for the good cooperation we have with the civil society, we would receive a lot more criticism from the European review mechanism, Greta, than we do today. So thank you, a big applaud to all of civil society for the great work you do. Drisha, I don't see you, Drisha. You said yesterday that you were thrilled for being here because there are so many idols here to you, right? Well, I agree with you. I'm also so happy to meet all of you, and I could mention many by name, but I do want to take this opportunity to say to one of my idols, and that is CAP International, Gregoire, Sarah Benson, for the fantastic work you have been doing, both lately in France, but also what you're doing with unions. I think that is great work, so thank you from the Swedish government for that. And finally, on my thank you list, I want to, of course, say thank you to all the survivors. It's so important what you are doing, and we're actually having survivors come out to talk in Sweden too now, and I think that is really something that is important for people to understand what we're talking about. So about this panel, last night I was going to prepare myself, and I was thinking, what can I possibly say at a conference which is filled with activists who know the Swedish model and its merits better than I do? And the answer I gave myself is probably not much. I mean, you already know that the legislation has had zero negative effect, just positive effect. You know that the demand is a lot lower in Sweden. You know that the change of mindsets of Swedes, that very few thinks it's okay to buy sex today. You know this. You probably know that Interpol and other police organizations are saying that Sweden is pretty much a dead market when it comes to human trafficking for sexual exploitation because of the law demand. And maybe you also know that we haven't had one murder, or actually not even one violent crime reported to someone in prostitution since the law came into force. I think this is, speaks for itself. So let me instead talk about what I've been doing lately. I've actually been visiting colleges in Sweden, talking about human trafficking, prostitution, and pornography. And I think this, at least in Sweden, this is something that is so important to, keep the demand down. And I'm gonna actually read a letter that a guy sent to me after one of my lectures. He wrote like this: "Hey, Per Anders, thank you for the lecture you gave at my college. I very much appreciate that you find the time to visit us and speak about this topic. The younger generation totally lacks persons with authority and idols who speak about prostitution and pornography. It's totally undiscussed. neither parents, teachers, or politicians are discussing this issue with us. And who else should? The question that is hanging in the air because the fact that all young men are interested in watching porn is not even discussed among friends. This makes pornography something that is always present, but never discussed and questioned. And I have so far, sometimes together with civil society in Sweden, like Real Stars, who is present here today, visited a lot of colleges, and I get this from all the students. They are so interested in talking about the issue of prostitution, and especially the issue of pornography, because you know as well as I that sex education in schools is not the best, and a lot of young people are getting their sex education from watching Pornhub. And what is showing on Pornhub? What is mainstream porn today? It's super violent. It's, you know, just awful in every way. And this is what, you know, 11-year-old people, young, mostly guys, are watching, and it's getting normalized. You know all this, but out there and talk to the young generation, and I mean, they are saying that they are feeded by movies, media, books, music, advertisement, and like I said, Pornhub with all this, and they are really, you know, questioning: is this what it is to be a man? Is this what is wanted from me to how I should sexually perform? Should I do it together with my friends? And young girls are saying, is this what is asked from me? Is this what I need to do to keep my boyfriend? So I think that, and I have suggested to my government that we need, you know, really systematically go to the schools and talk to the young generation, because they are the ones who are going to be making decisions about what kind of society we want to live in soon. And my final words, and that connects to what Amelia said in the previous panel, I think more men needs to take a public stand against prostitution and pornography. Yes. Everywhere I go, I'm always asking myself, where are all the men taking a public stand on these issues? And like Nusisve, like you said yesterday, it is not cool to buy sex. Actually, I would say, as my final word, real men don't buy sex. Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariva. Thank you very much. One question more before next table.
We need a microphone in order to translate questions. Without a microphone, there is no translation. Oh, apparently there is no more time for the final questions. I'm very sorry.
Del público directamente, si podéis encender la luz para que veamos.
May we have the lights? We'll get questions from the audience now.
¿Ya? Sí. De todas formas, no me miréis a mí, mirar a Sara porque es quien da las preguntas.
Please, Sara is the chairperson, the lady with the red sweater. She has to assign the floor. Hello? My question is Farah Nozizwi. Please. Frequently we are told when talking to politicians that the Swedish model is not applicable to other countries, not to South Africa or Colombia. My country's for Colombia. They say, yes, the Swedish can manage with that model, the rich, they don't have problems. But they say that in poor countries, Colombia or yours, South Africa, it is very difficult to even talk about criminalizing or convicting the users and the buyers. But you have been in the government, you have been a minister, haven't you? And you have also been in civil society. What can we tell politicians who say that the Swedish model is not for third world poor countries? Did you understand the question, Nazizwe? The last question is, has porn officially or legally been banished in Sweden? Did you get that? Good afternoon. I have a small reflection of what you said about the feminist movement in Spain. There is no document from the feminist activism that talk about regulation. They're all abolitionists. We have Mercedes, Maria Jesus, and others that through language have undertaken studies on pornography and prostitution and have published this, and they have made voices heard. And, you know, Clara Campoamor, a great heroine of ours in the 19th century that talked about me and the feminist vote. She's a suffragist. She was a suffragist in the 19th century, as I said. And she says in her very first page of her book is that her fight for the women's vote is that women are not restricted to the home and the kitchen, illiterate, you know, so that we wouldn't follow the example of the Greek Hetaeras. And we have to mention it. We have an abolitionist tradition in Spain, and it's the only thing. Actually, I don't consider non-abolitionist feminist, okay? The very last question or comment, and then we'll get to answer. No? No more, or what? I think there is one more. It's the last one. We have no more time.
So, and my question is for Rachel Moran. I on the issue of terminology, because I wrote my master thesis on the discourse of sex buyers online. And
Sorry, could you say the last sentence again? You wrote your thesis on...
yeah, the discourse of sex buyers online.
Okay.
And I really struggled to find a term to define them, because in Spanish I would usually use the word putero, but I couldn't find one in English. I wrote it in English. So I decided I would use sex buyers because the sex buyers have even dictionaries where they define the term sex buyer, and they say, for example, things such as, this is a term that was coined by feminazis such as Julie Bindel, and I was like, okay, I really like this term now, I'll use this. But your term, the one you suggested, and I thought you were going to mention that now, prostitutor. You said it wasn't a really popular term at the time of the writing of your book, which was published, 2013. But yeah, I really like that one, and I'm very happy now that I found a few equivalent in Spanish, such as sujeto prostituyente or sujeto prostituidor. And I think it's really important to call them that as well, because sex buyers...
It's very important to say it, because sex buyers places the emphasis on the economic parts, but prostitute...
women, and I think it's really important to make that clear in the terms that we use. And I was wondering if you have already found more, I don't know, more people, if you come across of more people that are using this term, or if you still think that it's not as popular as...
It's not nearly as popular as it ought to be, and I think one of the stumbling blocks that we have here, I've heard the term paid rape used a few times. It was actually... that's the title in the Italian language translation of my book. But I think what the problem here is that it all comes down to concepts. We don't accept sexual assault to be something that can involve compensation. The stumbling block is the cash itself. And I think that until we get to understand the cash as the coercive force, we're not going to get where we need to get with language. And it's a difficult one to unpick because money's all around us all the time. It's involved in everything we see, hear, do, experience. And I think that the real problem within all of that is to identify the areas of life where financial coercion becomes harmful to the human individual. Because there's a whole world of difference between me coercing you to make me a sandwich and me coercing you to bend over at that desk and open your legs, you know. And I think that really that's what we've got to bring it back to and keep examining the language prostituter, I really feel is the best descriptor we have at this time.
So should I answer the question about porn in Sweden, if it's legal or not? Yes, porn is legal in Sweden as long as it's not documented sexual assaults on children. It is a sensitive issue, but you know, having this high profile on these issues from Sweden, and my own journey from being appointed in May 2016, not thinking so much about porn, but realizing that it's the same kind of cynic exploitation of people, and it's also a driver for demand. I wrote a debate article that I had published just before Christmas in the Swedish newspapers, and where I kind of said to the incoming government that a good first step for the government would be to kind of do an governmental inquiry and look into, you know, pornography and the bad effects of it. But it's a sensitive issue in Sweden. It is. Thank you.
Thank you. The very same people who are telling us the Swedish model won't work in our countries in the South are telling us to import a model from New Zealand. And then you ask yourself, so why should we follow a country that no one else has followed? New Zealand passed decriminalized prostitution in 2002, I think, around the same time that Germany was legalizing it. And no one else really has followed the New Zealand model. And yet when you look at the Swedish model, more and more countries are following. More recently, the 9th country is Israel. So the facts speak for themselves. And thanks to the leadership of the feminist government of Sweden, they organized a study tour with Per Anders helping us, of members of parliament from the upper house from South Africa to Sweden. Across the parties, they came back saying this is the model for South Africa. They've adopted the Swedish model for South Africa. This is the upper house. Of course, the law must still go through parliament. It hasn't been tabled yet, so we're preparing for that time when the bill is tabled. But we already have a unanimous support of members of parliament from the upper house for the Swedish law. I just want to make sure that we combine our efforts on a South-South collaboration, and I'm so pleased that I've met you. And for us, Colombia, India, well, India is in the north, but we are in the same kind of economic situation. If we could form a very strong abolitionist movement coming from ourselves, led by the survivors. Thank you.
Yo quería también hacer una reflexión.
I also have a thought, a reflection concerning what our colleague just said. If there is something that is fundamental in feminism, if there's anything that is fundamental for all groups under oppression, is to know about how to emancipate, how to generate the movement for freedom and emancipation. In the very heart of feminism, we have abolitionism. In the 18th century, Nellie Wollstonecraft already criticized prostitution, as you know. In the 19th century, suffragists also criticized prostitution and pornography. And in the 20th century, the radical feminism, cultural feminism, Marxist feminism, most of feminisms have an abolitionist position against prostitution. And we have seen this very recently, you know, that feminism in Spain is vastly and greatly abolitionist. There's only a very minimum part, only a few people are not abolitionists. And we have seen this, you know, at the last manifesto, in the last meeting, in favor of the regulation of prostitution. We have seen how lonely they are. There's just a few of them inside the feminist movement. I'm sorry, there's very, very precious few of them. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very hopeful and inspirational words towards the future. We'll finish this roundtable. Thank you very much to all the members, and we'll move on to the next one because we're behind our schedule. Thank you very much.
So there's another panel now.
Hello. We're going to start. So if you want to take your seats, because these are some important people to be listening to. Okay. So my name's Sarah Benson, and I'm moderating this panel, which is the panel of representatives of the future of abolition, the Youth Abolitionist Group. So I just want to thank CatW and Comisión for inviting me to participate and to be the elder lemon on this lovely panel of young activists. So we have a really diverse, very exciting panel today. We are a little bit shorter on time, but I want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to, everybody has the opportunity to share their perspectives on a number of different questions, which I've discussed in advance with the group. So what we will do is, rather than put one question to one person or to another, everyone's going to answer all the questions, and we will try and make sure then at the end that we have some time also to get input from the floor as well, to tap this amazing resource that we have here. So just to introduce who we have Pierrette Papp, Evsodva, we have Melanie, we have Laura, and we have Beatrice. And in the first instance, I think we'll start at this end of the panel. And the question, everybody has the biographies, so a more specific question of just briefly to explain what brought you to your own involvement in activism on prostitution specifically as an issue. So Pierrette, if we could start with you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So my name is Pierrette, and I live in Brussels. And I want to explain why I came to create Generation Abolition, which is a platform of youth abolitionist organizations and activists. It was in 2014. I was in Geneva for an event of NGOs to celebrate the 20 years of ICPD, the International Conference on Population and Development. So the main topic was, of course, sexual and reproductive health and rights. But at the end of the 2 days, a young woman came on the stage. She belongs to the youth section of IPPF. IPPF is the International Planned Parenthood Federation. And she started to talk about how important it is to have a youth voice on sexual and reproductive health and rights. And in particular, how important it is that we make sure that we deal with the sexual rights of marginalized youth. And she started to list young people with disabilities, young people from rural areas, young people from indigenous communities, and young sex workers. And I was super shocked because I thought, okay, now we are getting to a stage when it's about being a sex worker before 18, which also means that we are going against all the international laws that say that you cannot buy sex from a minor. And that was super shocking because the thing is that, and I guess we're going to discuss a little bit that, sometimes the youth perspective is used as a token and is used also as a way to show, yeah, that's cool. And I felt that it could be very detrimental if we have a youth section of our international organization promoting youth sex work. And I've never said that before. I find it super strange. And so I thought, okay, let's have another youth voice, an abolitionist youth voice that would be the counter voice on that, because it's very urgent that this voice is there to make sure that we don't end up having a backlash coming from the youth perspective, especially from this liberal feminism group. And that's how I started creating Generation Abolition, which is a platform of youth organizations, abolitionists, and they met different times from 2015 until now, and they also include young survivors, young academics. A lot of young people, abolitionist academics, felt very isolated, so it's also a space for them to come together. Young people working in abolitionist organizations, and also having a privileged relationship with frontline NGOs doing outreach towards young people in different countries. And so this is a platform that can that strengthen all the youth organization. Every time we met, we really exchange good practices. I also want to say that somehow it's not the future of abolition, it is there. We are here, we are doing this work, and the future is not something we should aim at. We should really accept that, yeah, this is here and this is building now. So.
Sodfa, please. Okay. My name is Sodfa. I'm Tunisian, but I was born in Italy. I am an angry, mad feminist that is advocating as an abolitionist for so many reasons that I'm not going to explain, but I'm going to share a part of my story when I was in Tunisia. I am an expert of the so-called culture of violence. I analyze religion, tradition, and culture, and I've been affected by all these things. I have seen my mom suffering from the so-called culture. Accept it. That's your path. And when I moved in Tunisia for 2 years, and I entered the brothel in Tunis, in La Medina, next to a mosque, which was funny. And in this brothel, women are forced to be in prostitution with their children. Those women are divorced women sent by their fathers, because as divorced women, they have no more worth. And you know, I am the daughter of a divorced Tunisian woman, and I know what it means being the daughter of someone who has no worth for your family. So, that's one of the reasons why I am a proud abolitionist, but more than that, it's just because I am a feminist. And to me, if you are a feminist, you must be abolitionist. How dare you? How dare you call yourself feminist and allow this new toxic narrative around sex work as a fancy, beautiful word. And you know, I'm 25, and I'm seeing young women of 25 being groomed in this new narrative for pay the university's fee. And I am from the global south, and I know what it means being from a slum in Mukuru, forced to sell your body to give bread to your family. So I want to conclude by saying we are not the future. We are here. I mean, I'm breathing, you are breathing, and we are working. No, it's true. I mean, I'm in the present, and it's not the age that is giving me a value in a certain speech and discourse. I must be with you and speak with you about what is the future for we as women. So that's...
Thanks, Sodfa. Melanie.
Guys, I don't even know. Oh, okay. Hi. Thank you guys all for being here today. For the sake of time, I'm just going to make this really brief. But I am from New York originally. I'm 22, so I'm right there with you, Sodfa. I was kidnapped and put into prostitution when I was 12 years old back home. I have been in prostitution for 8 years before I exited completely. And I have seen and been through a plethora of things that I'm pretty sure many of you in this room may not be able to imagine. I've been raped repeatedly, beaten, burned, bruised, etc. I was arrested at 13 and put into the foster care and juvenile justice system. I forgot how that translates in Spain. There's a, I don't know, you would know, but there's a C word that I can't say in Spanish, so forgive me if you don't know what that is. And when I was in the jail, the juvenile detention center, I was approached by a journalist from the esteemed New York Times, and he ended up doing an interview on me about my experience. And from that point on, when I turned 15, I realized that there were so many times in my prostitution experience where I was almost killed for various reasons. And I recalled at that time remembering how many of my sisters and brothers that I used to work with in that life didn't make it out with me. And I felt at that moment when I did that first interview and saw that first column of my story published, how I remember how much it affected me and how much I felt like I needed to use my voice because I was obviously still alive for a reason. So that's how I came to this movement, and since 14, 22, I haven't stopped, and I don't plan to. So.
Thanks, Laura. Laura?
Hi, everyone. Well, good afternoon. My name is Laura. And if you know me personally, you would know that I am anti a lot of things. And the reason for that is because I am unapologetically pro-woman. And just so happens to be that a lot of things are against us. So. But one of the things that I am against is anti-imperialist, and imperialism undoubtedly manifests itself most insidiously through women's bodies, which essentially makes women's bodies a war zone. And as a daughter of immigrants but born in the United States, that is a country that is incredibly pro-war, that makes my story and the story of a lot of my sisters very interesting, which is why the group that I organized with back in New York, we refer to ourselves as transnational feminism. Transnational feminists. And what transnational feminism means is a feminism based on the concrete conditions of our own home territories, which is the United States, in full assessment and knowledge of the experiences, conditions, and oppressions of our sisters back in the lands of our foremothers. So this assessment is based on class, race, gender, and sexuality, and all of those things considered, it would be not only totally ridiculous, but downright insulting to be anything other than a proud abolitionist. So that's why I'm in this movement.
Bueno, hola.
Hello, all of you. And before answering, I'm going to speak Spanish because I feel more at ease. I can speak more rapidly because we have little time. And before that, before answering, I would like to thank enormous gratitude to the Coalition and the Commission for organizing this meeting, and even greater gratitude to all the survivors who are here with us, who have been this morning as well, because I believe that you are making history, and history with capital H. And every time a survivor is empowered, we all are empowered, all as abolitionists. We need you, we support you, and well, we thank you very much for being so truthful. And as Amelia said, many of us consider her a superhero, and I consider her like that as well. And she's lucky to be very much supported by her sisters in feminicidio, and we all have to be with her in this path. And after this, I'm going to talk briefly about my own life, because for me, abolitionism, or to incorporate to abolitionism, was a sort of process, and it's a process that arises at the same time as my feminist awareness arises, when I start asking questions and wondering and identify the discriminations, the injustices, and everything that happens to us due to the mere fact of being a woman. I start also a question about prostitution, and there are two elements. I'm going to bring it to the personal field because this is also political. And there are two key elements that make me open my eyes. And one of them is that when I start being aware of being a feminist, there is a sentence I listened when I was a young girl, and comes back to my mind. I was grown in a workers' neighborhood, and one of the sentences that as a joke I had to listen to during my socialization: if everything turns out badly for you, then you can just become a prostitute. And why did I have to listen to that? Why does this sentence have to be present in socialization of girls? It's not only we, but different girls listen to the same sentence, because this is not in the socialization of boys. They learn that prostitution is another thing for them. It's an option for them. I mean, for them, a leisure option. In our generation, an option of leisure where they can pay for having fun with women that do not desire them. So apart from that, there is another element that is also important in my life. When I came to the university, I knew many boys, and leftish and very alternative ones, but both those who were more conservative and more alternative shared something. Prostitution for them was a sort of joke. It was fun. And some of them, they went to prostitutes. So my question, this was something that I wasn't unable to understand, how young men still reproduce those practices that were reproduced by the time of my grandfather, even my grandfather as well. I couldn't understand how we had advanced to more egalitarian societies, and there still were men that reproduced those patriarchal rationales that we should believe that they belong to the past, but nevertheless, far from decreasing, have increased. During that process as well, I was then routed to abolitionism, or rather, abolitionism hosted me and contributed. The fact also, as Rosa Cobo said, if we make feministic family trees, when you start thinking what other feminists have said that were there before we were about prostitution, feminists as Flora Tristan, Emma Goldman, Simone de Beauvoir, they all had a very critical position with respect to prostitution. They knew how to identify that prostitution was a form of violence against women, and it's one of the pillars on which patriarchy is supported or is based on.
See the expertise we have here and the passion. So I think acknowledging what's already been said, you know, this activism is here and it's now, but it's not without its challenges. It is not a consensus among all young people that feminist equals abolitionist, or that it's not okay to buy sex if you want to be a man in solidarity with your female peers. So what I'd like to ask you is, just in your experience as young abolitionists, what do you find the most challenging issues that are coming up when you're discussing this issue with your peers, and what do you find are, you know, the responses that you give to try and, you know, expand your perspective amongst your peers? So may I start with you, Beatriz?
Bueno, pues como me toca empezar.
As I have to start, let's see how I can articulate this. It's quite complicated in the time we are living in. Colonization of all the ideas, of non-liberal ideas that when we talk about prostitution, they just tell us that they do choose. Every time I post something in Twitter on prostitution or on the reality of prostituted women, the first response that I find from the trolls and other people or other animals is, well, they are there because they have chosen it. What we have to do is to come out from these individualistic and neoliberal options and ideas and invite to have critical thoughts and ask ourselves questions and identify prostitution as a form of violence against women, sexual violence against women, and break that symbolic border or frontier that is invisible, sometimes is materialized, as for instance in the walls of the brothels, this frontier that divides what we conceptualize as sexual violence outside what happens in the prostitution spaces, and within the prostitution spaces we do not conceptualize it as a sexual violence. The same male behaviors that outside of those spaces we could call aggressions, insults, abuse, etc. Inside those prostitution walls, we do not call them in the same manner, as if there should be a group of women that are destined to support or put up with all these behaviors that outside prostitution are not tolerated. So in order to come closer to or to discuss about these arguments and these ideas, what we have to appeal to stop distinguishing between ones and the others. This happens to all of us because we are women. And on the other hand, in the current period, and now I come to the end, apart from all this, when we talk about abolitionism, the most frequent thing is that we are also called Puritans or conservative in the field of sexuality. I think we have to say clearly that abolitionism is a revolutionary approach also in the sexual field. The abolitionists are radical about sexuality, we understand that sexuality is something different. Sex is not what happens in the brothel spaces, but sex has to be mutual and shared. And the most important thing is desire and sexuality of women has to be present as well.
The problem and the solution are the same. And I think that's that politics and being politically involved, at least in the United States, is very fashionable right now. But it is a double-edged sword because feminism is very trendy back in the States. You get a pin or a tote bag that says feminist, and voila, you are a feminist. And it's as easy as that. But at the same time, we're living in an age where young people are conscious of the fact that there are inequalities, that our environment is suffering at the hands of very, very terrible corporations and people, and that the world should not be the way that it is, and that it can change. So I think that getting people to dig a little bit deeper, right? Because a lot of people call themselves whatever they want to call themselves, whether it be socialists, feminists, egalitarians, humanists, whatever it is. You have to ask them, okay, if you're going to talk the talk, you need to walk the walk too. Unfortunately, that leaves us with a lot of work to do because of the fact that we do have this deeper understanding of what feminism ought to be, because of everyone here today, because of the survivors that we hear from. We have this understanding, and now it's up to us to share that message, because the thing is, the other side is very loud, and we need to be even louder, because there's a lot more of them than there are of us. And so I think this is the time to become a lot more militant with our feminism. We need to unapologetically call ourselves radical feminists, and stand behind it, because now is the time. I think now is the time that people will listen. And even if we encounter negative feedback, which I'm sure we all have, and every day, we still need to remain steadfast and stay true to the mission that is liberation of women and girls.
So, as a survivor and as being somebody that's been in this movement for a little while, I've faced many challenges. One of the ones that I think is the most current for me, and we've probably all experienced at this table, is that there are some young adults or some people who have been convinced that prostitution is empowerment, and they're using the term sex work to justify the sex trade and legitimize the industry. So for me, that's been one of the biggest major challenges. What I find with those individuals that I've encountered is that they are usually people who are privileged and don't know what it's like to live marginalized. So of course the perspective would be swayed, because they're coming from a place of not knowing what it's like to be exploited as one of the most vulnerable, which is really what the sex trade and the industry of prostitution seeks to do. It seeks to exploit the most vulnerable and marginalized people. So I guess to answer the second part of that question of how I usually respond to them, among many ways that I've responded to people in the past, one of the things that I try to do when I interact with them is help them understand how inherently harmful prostitution is to women and girls, especially women and girls of color. Explain to them how this industry is targeted towards us being the most vulnerable. And when I say us, I'm speaking for myself. So explain to them how we're targeted and how there is no such thing as free choice when there is a lack of choices, and when they tend to, or at least the people I've come across that think this way, tend to say that prostitution, or what they call sex work, is an act of autonomy and free choice and empowerment, and true freedom cannot actually be attained or exercised when it's coming from a person who has no other options and whose circumstances only support that of their marginalized community. So for me, I try my best to explain that to the other side has been very difficult, but I think starting there would at least open the conversation with them.
Okay, I would like to reply from the African perspective. I think it's extremely important. I coordinate Africa Youth Movement, and I am every day inspired by the fact that we work with zero USD. It's because we don't compromise with donors and funder and whatever. My bigger challenge is to reach out to young people. It's because the space for us is shrinking. And if we dare to bring our proposition, we need to shape it based on what other people want. And actually, I don't want to do that. So I rather reach out to young people on WhatsApp. But you know, in Africa, majority of young people are actually offline. So that's the challenge to me. And by reaching out to young people, I mean empowering young people to speak truth to power and to make accountable governments. We can make conference and meet, and we meet with institution and organization and whatever, but we need to make them accountable. That's the major thing. I mean, we are in Europe, and we spoke about human trafficking. It has been mentioned 50 times, but I've never heard someone blaming EU for the deal with Erdogan, blaming EU for the deal with Libya, blaming EU for the deal with Sudan. I'm going to do it. And that's the potential that we as young women we have, because we are mad. And I don't fear institutions, governments, I don't care. I mean, I have nothing to lose because these people are shaping my future. So you know what? I will try to change my future, even with all the risks. And the solution is supporting us to reach out to vulnerable young people. We need their voice. Here, we need the voice of the displaced young women in Cameroon to tell us how they are forced into sex to buy sanitary pads. It's different if I say it and if a young Cameroonian says this to you, because it's making all of us accountable. It's my duty, it's her duty, it's your duty. And that's the purpose of this conference. I think this is extremely important. I think I love these spaces, but if there isn't any follow-up, this conference has no purpose and has no meaning. So that's our challenges.
I just want with two kind of positive, because it looks like it's the end of the world because the youth movement is divided. Just want to say that any age is divided, first. And the second is that it's just an anecdote, but I think for me it gives optimism. I'm the founder of a frontline organization in Brussels. We go on the streets to meet women in prostitution. And I can tell you that over the last 2 years, we had a lot of young people joining us. They want to do something concrete. They want to be abolitionists, but frontline abolitionists, not just theoretical abolitionists. And I think it's a good sign that if there are also opportunities, concrete opportunities to propose, and if you provide then a space that is very positive, there's a lot of young people that will join. Then, according to your question, what I've seen is that the context is that young people don't want to be seen as a victim. Just to let you know, in France now, victim is an insult. Oh, you're just a victim. So it's very problematic because victim is a legal term that is very important when there's any form of violation. But they don't want to be seen as victim, and that's because of the whole liberal individualistic system. You know, we have to be strong. We cannot be a loser. And I feel there's a lack of understanding of the link between being in prostitution where you're a child and the vision of prostitution as adult. We see images of glamorous, empowering adult prostitution, but we know ourselves that a lot of women in prostitution entered when they were younger, they were minors. And the thing is that young people don't really see that, and they think it will never happen to them. Most of them is also because they are privileged, as you say, and therefore they enter the debate from a privileged perspective. But I feel this is why it's also very important to have a youth work, also to discuss with the NGOs working on child sexual exploitation, who often are the NGOs who don't want to take a position on prostitution. But I think by working with them, with young people, that's how they're going to realize that they have to take a stand on prostitution, because they cannot say, oh, we care only for children until 18, and then 18, and one day that's your choice. They will have to make a position. But it will also help young people to get to know better the risk of being young. And at Generation Abolition, when we looked at the main risk and the main reasons for young people being in prostitution, of course, there's economic precariousness. There's the situation of refugees and migrant young people arriving in Europe. There's the rape culture, but there's also sexual violence in the childhood and how it links to that. So I think it's important to work on this. And just also a final word on, yes, we will be called conservative and anti-sex and everything, but we can answer with humor. So I wanted to show you that with the European Women's Lobby and with Isala, we've done condoms. And that's really also a way to say, no, we're not anti-sex. First, you have to protect yourself. And second, let's talk about prostitution. So I encourage you to use them to give them. You do whatever you want.
And maybe use them, yeah? It's fantastic. There's so much coming up there. Laura, I think you need to trademark the phrase tote bag feminism, or I will steal it. I think it's fantastic. There's a lot of really serious things coming up here as well, though, and I think that idea of taking a position, being seen as Puritan, being seen as conservative, being seen as anti-sex, and the ways that I hear that you're all trying to almost rebrand certain components of the movement as it has become stereotyped. And so and building very much from sort of what you were saying, I think I'd really love to hear, and this is where I think everyone in this room get your notebook out, because we have young people in the room, but we also have several generations, an amazing representation of the abolitionist movement. But I would really like to know, because it can take energy, and if you do feel up against it, what advice do you have for the whole movement as to how to better facilitate, better empower, and better support young abolitionists? So I don't know, would anybody like to start, and we can flow?
So right now there is a very important government change in Venezuela between Maduro and Juan Guaido. And as we heard yesterday from the speakers from Colombia, 1 in 3, or almost 1 in 4 women who are in prostitution are in Colombia are from Venezuela. Why do I say this? Because every single thing that happens in the world affects women. Every single thing. However, I haven't seen one single abolitionist organization issue a statement regarding Venezuela. I just use it as an example because I literally watched that interview with Maduro yesterday in my hotel room. But what I'm saying is this: the abolitionist feminist movement pigeonholes themselves all too much. We are afraid to engage with other issues because, oh, that's not our issue, or it's gonna get too complicated. We already receive enough heat. Yes, we do, but we're going to anyway. And the thing is, everything affects women. I have to say it again and again and again and again, okay? We live under capitalist patriarchy. Those two things intersect to create the entire sex industry. So if we don't say anything about the things that happen in our world because it has nothing to do with us, I'm talking ecofeminism, I'm talking, you know, what's happening in Venezuela, what's happening with, you know, the migration crisis. All of these things affect women, okay? And if our oppression is incredibly multifaceted, so our feminism also has to be multifaceted. And I'm getting angry because I'm very passionate about this, but let me end it on a happy note. So Affirm, the organization that I organized with back in New York, these women understand this problem. That is that most abolitionist feminists pigeonhole themselves and don't branch out to other issues. We do, and that may be why we are so small. But a lot of the women in our chapter in Los Angeles are pro-union, very, very pro-union organizers, and they went on strike a couple of weeks ago for almost a week. It was a huge, well-planned strike. And in the end, the tentative agreement met most, if not all, of the demands that they were asking of the Board of Education, which includes a section that makes class sizes and averages mandatory, because the Board of Education was totally ignoring that. So this is an example of a group of abolitionist women who see that, okay, labor is an issue for women because we raise entire villages and aren't paid for it. So, and teachers, most of the teachers in this district in California were women. So we have female workers who want change. Has nothing to do with prostitution necessarily, but we're gonna do that. And we did that and we won. So what I'm saying is we need to make change everywhere. It can't just be in prostitution. Yes, this is a huge issue, but what I'm getting at is that if we don't have union protections like the teachers in California, if we don't make all spaces for women everywhere, whether it's in California or in Venezuela, if we can't make spaces that protect them, then our issue of prostitution is just going to get worse.
Until 1:45? Pardon me? 1:45? Okay. So we are under time, but this is so rich, but may I just ask maybe just if we keep it to maybe 2 minutes just to hear from everybody, because I know everybody has a thought to share, and then we give the opportunity to allow the floor to ask some questions.
Okay, so I'm gonna shift gears a bit. I feel, so in my time in this movement, I feel as if I've seen where we are extremely strong, and I feel like, in my personal opinion, I feel like I've seen certain shortcomings or where we fall short, at least from the survivor perspective. A couple of these shortcomings I actually wrote down in my book here. So I put that there are internal disagreements and disparities within the movement, the lack of survivor voices being valued and accurately represented, more specifically in media and interviews and et cetera, and a lack of youth inclusion, and I would say youth suggestions. Thankfully back in New York, I was blessed to be in an organization that was very inclusive of my voice, but in many other organizations that I have been a part of, and from what I've seen across this movement, it's not. What I find is that a lot of us, or a lot of these organizations, at least that I've come across, are interested in, hearing youth. As Safa was mentioning earlier, it's like, it's cool, we have youth, or like, look at the youth panel, we've included them, but, and they're all interested in hearing suggestions from young people or young adults in this movement, but then when it comes down to the final result of whatever it was they needed advice on from the young people, it turns out to, I guess, be finalized based on their own personal opinions or that of the older generation in this movement, which is fair, and we do, I don't want to say abide, but we do, I guess, incorporate the older perspective, but times are changing, and I feel as if we need to have more young adult voices represented, or at least heard in this movement, so that we could, because we would better know how to address, I guess, the issues that are facing us currently, especially with those individuals I mentioned earlier who believe that prostitution and sex work is empowering. I think we would better know how to address those things, considering they're around our age group. And just a quick piece on the survivor perspective, when I was saying that survivor voices are not accurately being represented or valued. I think everybody in this room, for the most part, does, but internationally and nationwide, it's not always the case. And I feel as if many people want to hear the survivor story or the survivor narrative, or hear about, you know, what we've gone through in prostitution and in the sex trade. However, they don't give us a seat at the table. And what that does, I guess in hindsight, is make our policies that we have against trafficking and prostitution lack, and not always be 100% effective, considering that we are not, I guess our stories or our voices are not accurately being depicted in what we need, or, you know, services are not being, or aftercare services, I should say, are not effective because nobody knows exactly what it is that we need to heal, to get jobs, to create more economic opportunities or empowerment for us, et cetera. So I think just going back to the drawing board and adding young people and survivor voices more into the conversation and more into policy work, et cetera, and not using survivor just as a label, but actually acknowledging that a lot of us are degree holders and career bearers and have the expertise and the lived experience. And I think if you include us more in the conversation, more policies and more effective strategies can come of that. So, yeah.
Bueno, tengo la impresión de que me voy a...
I have the impression that I'm going to repeat a few things, and I'm sorry. First of all, I don't feel authorized to talk about feminist movement or abolitionist movement, not at all. Maybe I can have a few suggestions on how to get young people closer to abolitionism, but that's all, just a few ideas, okay? In some territories in Madrid, we have an increasing number of young people who position themselves clearly as abolitionists and who do believe in abolitionism and are involved. But in order to reach out to a younger population, you know, to reach out to many more younger women, and in order to convince them to the abolitionist position, we need intergenerational channels for dialogue. Open up fora for dialogue and listening to each other. Of course, out of respect, we never intend to impose abolitionism. We invite insightful reflection and discussion on prostitution and the consequences of prostitution. We want them to have a critical attitude, to question things, to ask, and not accept just the patriarchal prevailing message, okay? They not just accept this as part of the patriarchal capitalism and try to bring down a few myths, because they're glamorizing prostitution in the media and the movies. They think, oh, how empowering, how liberating, how aggressively liberating, come on. So we want to provide other points of view so that they have critical thought, that they question things from respect and solidarity. Young women, this is politically incorrect, are getting close to feminism with a certain bias. It's the Kenko theory from Jean Despentes. I'm not going to criticize her, but as individual narrative, it's okay, but it has to be crystal clear that such a subjective experience doesn't necessarily represent the experience of all women in prostitution. That was glamorizing, but we need other theories. They want to learn about King Kong's theory, okay. They want to read, okay, but please have a critical attitude. Criticize what you're reading and connect it with the political meaning underlying prostitution. Of course, we never deny freedom of speech to any women. Of course, we respect everybody's opinions, but at least we should be able to have a critical attitude about it, question things, and also bring down myths and bring out the focus and the spotlight amongst the different divisions between feminists. Aren't they happy, the pimps and the patriarchal capitalists, happy about our division? Let's talk about bringing down the masculine privilege that is prostitution, their own responsibility as men, and how prostitution is clearly incompatible with gender equality.
I think the challenges mentioned in the previous question are actually challenges for the feminist movement in general. I would like to leave with a positive advice. First of all, it's not we, you, like we are all women, and so we are just one group, and what we need from older women is the complete and total support to see to nurture our ideas, to nurture our position, to nurture our advocacy. So my advice is more like, let's leave each other with a promise that we speak with intention and we listen with purpose. This is just the start of a conversation that I really hope we will continue in other occasions.
I would say three things. Look, the first thing is it's a bit based on what you say. It's not we versus us. I think every young feminist builds on what the previous generations have done. So it's very important that we all acknowledge that, and that the older generation know that we build on what you've done and we pay tribute to what has been done. To thank you. But then it leads to my second point, which is trust. Trust us that we know what we're doing, we know what abolition is, and we know how to do it. Of course, we do it differently because the society has changed, but it's about trusting. And trust, it means including young people, so not including as a token we were talking, but with a long-term perspective, including with sharing the power, sharing the knowledge, accepting that then the knowledge will be used in a different way because we are all different and we speak differently and we have different strategies, condoms for some of people. It's also about including with funding, supporting existing initiative and supporting new ideas. And maybe to finish, there is a generation abolition, so I just propose you that let's work together to make this happen and not trying to invent new things when there is something here. So thank you.
Thank you all. Is it preempt? I do, yeah. I have a different time maybe than you. So, is it preemptive also to say that there may be an opportunity to continue this conversation with this group later on? Yes. Yes. So just to say, we have time just to take a couple of questions, and then I have one very short final statement that everybody's going to share for the purpose of educating us on sound bites and things that fit on Twitter, which land, because I know I find that a struggle when somebody just writes boom and the argument is apparently over on Twitter. I can't deal with that. But if people don't have the opportunity to ask their question, we will be doing some breakaway workshops at the end of this afternoon, and the particular objective to engage youth and abolitionist youth is going to be one of those panels. So people are very, very welcome and encouraged to join that. So is there a mic floating? You got a mic? So I see there's straight up here, we have in white, yeah. Great, thank you, I see you there. Yeah.
Buenos días. Yo ayer lo pregunté.
Good morning. I asked something yesterday, but it was not the best panel. I'm sorry, I couldn't ask a question before. I am fully convinced that if we follow the money track, if we follow the money and the tax revenue office prosecuted it, went for the money laundering businesses and seized their money, it would be helpful to deal with the problem, and it would do a great deal, you know, to get hold of the money.
Just here we have in the green jumper, and then there's the lady with the pink hat, so easy to find. So here first, yeah. Yeah.
Just it's going to be very quick. Just because we have a young panelist and we are talking about young women, I would love to have a comment of you about how can we face the lobby, pro-prostitution lobby in Instagram, because I think it's a very focused on image network, and it's very hard to translate arguments and complex issues. Thank you.
That feeds into our last yeah. And the lady with the pink hat will take the questions altogether. And then Zoe, and then I think we probably...
Hola, buenos días. Esta es...
Good morning. A question for Melanie. Melanie Thompson. Yesterday afternoon, probably I didn't express myself correctly. My question, I mean. What I think is the following. In order to fight prostitution as abolitionists, we always need to be close to survivors, preserving their anonymity, and women who are not survivors and haven't exited prostitution. So Melanie, as a journalist, I have a direct question to you. Melanie Thompson, you are on my side, right? Fighting by my side. You do sit down with women who are abolitionist feminists to face the euphemistical nuances that we have to deal with and all the other stake parties and whatnot. But we need to discuss abolitionism from more common fronts and include everybody at stake.
Do you agree or not? I guess I'm just... So Zoe, and then wrap things up.
Yes, I just want to thank you very much for your words. I have great hope now, seeing the younger generation coming up. I know you have the strength to bring up others even younger than you to join this huge fight. But a thought just came to me, and that is my question. Do you think it important or necessary to also involve young men, seeing that they are the quote and unquote future consumers of women's bodies in prostitution? And if you feel that it is important and necessary to involve them, what strategies would you suggest that we use? Thank you.
Okay, great question. Melanie, I don't know, do you want to first respond to the one that was directed to you?
To be honest, I don't understand what the question was. So what I got from you was that you're, as a journalist and as a survivor, we both revolve around this feminist issue, but I'm not quite clear on what exactly you're asking me.
May I ask, were you just asking, did she agree with your statement?
No. Yo preguntaba como periodista, hacía la pregunta directa.
You are a survivor. I am the journalist. I was asking you. No, it wasn't clear, neither in question nor in English. I'm very sorry. As an interpreter, you don't understand her, okay? I'm sorry. Melanie, are you in agreement that survivors and non-survivor women preserving their anonymity, keeping them safe in anonymity and preserving their lives, would sit down with feminist abolitionists to reach agreements? And maybe the women in prostitution do not know about the attitudes of legalization on abolitionism, because I have heard many women and they don't even know there is such a distinction between abolitionism and regulation.
Thank you. So from what I got from that, I would say that I do believe that non-survivor women and would sit down and have these conversations. I do think that for survivors in particular, everybody's at a different stage in their healing, so not everybody wants to be public in their anonymity. That's their personal discretion if they decide that they want to keep that reserved. However, for those who are interested but don't know much about the issue, then I think that's where us as abolitionist feminists would come in to spread that awareness to them and better educate them to understand those the policies and on legalization or decriminalization, etc. So I think it would be our job in those conversations to I guess, educate. However, for those that are survivors that do want to protect their anonymity, I think it's up to them whether or not they want to sit down and be a part of the conversation. So I would never say, you know, I would force anybody to disclose their story or to be a part of that. But for those who are interested, if they don't know much, then I think that it would be up to us that are fighting this fight and know more to tell them what it really is.
Thank you. So we have 1 minute each to answer 2 questions at the same time. The first is, do we involve young men? What do you think about that? And can you give some assistance that could be used on Instagram by way of something very, very tight that you find is really, really impactful when you find something coming at you in a very short social medium? Okay, maybe start with you. Thank you.
Bueno, pues respecto a Instagram, voy a empezar por el revés.
As to Instagram, please, I'd like to start by Instagram. I really don't know about strategies. There's very few of us and we're fighting giants, you know. We're like Asterix and Obelix, always fighting. We don't have the means to fight Instagram. It's a huge capitalistic social network and doesn't really admit to debate or dialogue. If pimping and procurement were prosecuted by the law, maybe we could report them to the authorities. But from Instagram, a friend of mine told me there was a network looking for escort ladies, had contacted her because she's attractive and do you want to work with us at the escort agency? Come on, if procurement and pimping were a notifiable offense, we could report them to the police. We can't. We don't have anything. We just have screenshots and make it circulate in other networks because it's very difficult. I wish we had the possibility to debate this in Twitter and others, but Instagram is particularly difficult. And beyond Instagram, talking about young men, well, of course, it's a vital need. We need them. And that's it. I do believe, I hope, I want to think that other masculinities are possible under the horizon. Of course, if you're in a situation of incumbent privilege, it's very difficult to keep them up. Women are at a social disadvantage as by the mere fact of being women. It's very difficult for them, poor little boys. It's difficult to build new alternative masculinities, but we need them. And that's why we are feminists, because we live in a different world, so other masculinities should also be possible in the new world. As of today, the feminist movement is trying to integrate an increasing number of men, right? And we should always be cautious and careful to not run into mistakes so that it won't backfire. Now that you're a feminist, are you going to still laugh about the men joking about going to the brothel? Come on, in WhatsApp groups and stuff like that. So we need to reach out to these very young men to stop the pact of silence about prostitution, that they go beyond their brotherhood links and question those who are Johns and pay for sex.
So I love both of them. I really do hope that we can have this conversation later because I have anecdotes for both of those. But just to make things quick, I absolutely 1000% think that we should involve men and boys in the movement, but at the same time, friendly reminder, our liberation should never be contingent on men because it never has been and it never will be. So that said, even though involving men in the movement should be on the to-do list, it should not be our priority. Our priority should be changing systems as opposed to converting men as if men could ever be feminists. That said, on Instagram, I think that honestly, two things. You need to be funny and you need to be interesting. Like, it's that easy. I can't tell you how many people on Instagram, like, I will post a caption and make a stupid, post a picture and make a stupid caption that's pro-abolitionist. Like, just something as small as that, and people will message you and be like, oh, hey, what's that all about? I thought you were super liberal, but you don't like sex work? And then that's how you have that conversation, right? I encourage you to have them in person, because you know, devote yourself to Twitter warfare. That alone is a full-time job. But it's starting the conversation, right? And being very funny and being very interesting online is very important, because the conception that everybody else has of us is that, you know, we are moralistic, you know, pearl-clutching carceral feminists, but that's not true. You know, all of us on this panel are very modern women. You know, I mean, we've got condoms down here. Like, it's not like the conception is totally incorrect, and we really need to actively change that.
Thank you. Melanie, do you want to give a response to either of those questions?
Yeah. So I'm gonna keep it brief. I basically agree. I feel like this issue is a women's rights issue and a gender-based violence issue and a feminist issue, but it is not just a woman's issue. And I think that people need to differentiate the two. We need men in this fight. There are male survivors, so let's not exclude them from the conversation. And we do need men to help, I guess, fuel our narrative in order for men to treat us better. So I definitely agree with that. Instagram is not my strong point. I am better at Facebook, to be honest. But I will say on Instagram, when the pro-sex work lobby is posting screenshots, I guess one suggestion that I'd have to, I guess, counteract that would be maybe instead of posting photos, because it's really hard to post photos, especially of survivors and like how that's portrayed. I think maybe short clips or videos are always helpful. I know videos on Facebook and Instagram and sometimes Twitter go viral really quickly. So maybe if you had some creative way to come up with some clip of some sort that would, I guess, depict your message, that would be really, I guess, a good counteraction to that. So, yeah.
Thanks. That also reminds me of something Melissa Farley said yesterday about cartoons. Cartoons can be animated, and that would be fun to have a few of those in your back pocket. Sorry, Sada and Pierrette?
Okay, about Instagram, I'm not a social media person. I don't have Facebook and these things. But I can reply for the young men, definitely. Like, it's not, as we said, for younger women and women. It's the same here. It's not women versus men. And actually, we must take the leadership on educating young men. So it's our duty to involve them in all process.
Thank you. Same, it's very important to involve men and boys. It's very important to keep spaces for women and girls only. And I want to stress that because we see now that there's a lot of money going to this gender equality concept that means that men equal women and therefore money goes to men. I think it's important we make sure we don't forget what has been done in the 70s and we do it again now. And when it comes to men and boys, I feel it's about not only including but also pushing them to take responsibility, because it's nice to have men who say, yes, I support you, but I want them then to go and to challenge their peers, to take responsibility and say, okay, if I'm a feminist, then I have to refuse any joke, I have to proactively talk about that topic. And just on Instagram, so what I've seen on my Facebook, I don't have Instagram, is that when you engage on different topics, not just as an obsession on prostitution, even though that's all our obsession, that's clear, but if you engage on other topics, I've seen friends who were not really into the topic, but then they told me, wow, I'm learning a lot of things and I'm following, and then they speak about prostitution to other people because I've posted something about climate change or something about indigenous women or other topics that interest them. And I feel that goes back to what you were saying. How can we also join other fights? And I'm very happy that there's a discussion about the link between climate change and prostitution. And I hope there will be, that we can engage with others to also create that transnational, like, pure intersectional feminist perspective, because of course it's about prostitution has to also be understood from this intersectional perspective.
Thank you. That brings us back to that great concept of a multifaceted feminism that we can embed abolitionism in. I want to thank my fantastic panel. I want to thank the audience for your indulgence. We ate 8 minutes into lunchtime, but I think that it was really worth every second of those 8 minutes. And I think we're reconvening at 3:15, is that correct? So thank you very much, and thank you to all of you.
Okay, we're gonna start.
Bueno, vamos.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back after the lunch. We're gonna end this conference with the last panel about, maybe we just wait a couple of minutes, okay. So our last panel is about the 5.2 Global Partnership and its linkages to the UN instruments and other SDGs. It's actually the cornerstone of this conference, as it shows in the title of the global conference. We're going to start with Tanya Bien-Aimé. Tanya, you and the coalition were the engineers of this global partnership. So can you tell us about what is it exactly? What's the importance of this global partnership and how it links to UN instruments and other SDGs?
Okay, well, thank you so much, and thank you all for staying in a very warm, stuffy room and for being panel number 8 of 8 panels of intensity. And of course, we heard from amazing survivor leaders and youth, and here we are with international instruments. How boring. But my job here in the few minutes I have is to explain why it is critically important for each of you as individuals working in NGOs, feminist NGOs, government representatives, or even UN representatives, to pay attention to what is happening within the United Nations and within regional bodies. And I say this because now, as we've heard, many governments are investing in what is known Agenda 2030. So some of you may remember that there were the Millennium Development Goals, whereby by 2015, governments would eliminate poverty and generate gender equality and solve all the problems of the environment, et cetera. And 2015 came and left, and now they committed to reaching 17 goals by 2030, which is why they call it Agenda 2030. Of these goals, there are many targets. Of these targets, there are 3 targets that specifically relate to trafficking in human beings. There is 5.2, which you've seen on the screens, which focuses on all forms of violence against women and girls, including sexual exploitation, sexual harassment, and other forms of violence. There is 8.7, which focuses on human trafficking, forced labor, and child labor. And then there is 16.2 that focuses on all forms of abuse against children, including child sex trafficking. So briefly, in 2017, we were alerted, so the Coalition Against Trafficking in Women, APNIAP, our partner, I don't know if Ruchira is here, and Equality Now, that something was happening with these targets, in particular that there was a very strong alliance 8.7 that has started. So just to be clear, there are no Olympics of oppression, right? We all know that human trafficking is an egregious human rights violation. It is urgent for governments to eradicate all forms of human trafficking. And according to the Palermo Protocol, the forms of exploitation include exploitation for sex, including exploitation of prostitution, labor, servitude, and slavery and practices similar to slavery and organ removal. So again, I'm just trying to encapsulate this. So 8.7 is committed, as they should be, to end all forms of labor and child trafficking. Who are the people behind 8.7 Alliance? The International Labor Organization partnered with Walk Free Foundation and the Freedom Fund to multi-million-dollar foundations that are supported by this Australian billionaire called Andrew Forrest. So they together paired up with the governments of Australia, United Kingdom, Liechtenstein, Hungary, and a few others to really invest in this Alliance 8.7. But the challenge that we faced, and during 2017, there was a very, very complicated conversations on the global plan of action within the UN to combat trafficking in persons, where the negotiations were around whether to maintain the definition of the Palermo Protocol in this political declaration. And I'll be happy to give you more details. So there is a push within the United Nations. And again, the same conversations that we are having on the ground, in the media, in the so-called feminist movement, those are the same conversations, the pro-prostitution, pimp lobby, and then people who want to abide by international legal principles, if I may be so bold. We have the same type of conversations and debate and tension within governments and member states and within the United Nations. So in a nutshell, there is a global push to really change the definition of human trafficking so that all forms of trafficking are actually forced labor. So you have these governments, including especially the UK government and the Commonwealth countries of the UK, who are pushing for their base, obviously the ILO, their base is the Forced Labor Convention of 1930. There is also a 2014 protocol to the Forced Labor Convention that they are actively trying for governments to ratify. So if they succeed, and they are doing their darndest, if they succeed in changing the definition, in diluting the definition of the Palermo Protocol, what does that mean for governments? What happens at the UN matters in that the governments come back from their UN meetings, they come back to their governments, and they say, let's develop national plans of action. Let's develop indicators on trafficking. Let's develop research, but from what? From the fact that all forms of trafficking are forced labor or labor trafficking. And what does that mean? It means that sex trafficking is subsumed under labor trafficking and that the exploitation of prostitution becomes forced labor. So I'll give you an example of the direct impact of that in my own country. So we know that we heard, I don't have any confirmation of it, but we hear that the UK and the ILO have been very active in discussions with our State Department, which is our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to change the conversation from human trafficking to so-called modern slavery. And it is working. So for instance, if you look at every year, the United States State Department issues a Trafficking in Persons report, which I'm sure many of you may be familiar with it. They evaluate countries' record and advancements or lack thereof on what they're doing nationally on human trafficking. 3 years ago, we noticed that there were they alluded to forced prostitution in the Trafficking in Persons report. Whenever you see forced prostitution, you know the pro-prostitution people have had a hand in it. Because the opposite of forced prostitution is free prostitution, it's consensual, adult, quote-unquote sex work. So anybody who sees forced prostitution in any formal documents, governmental documents, UN documents, regional documents, it is a significant red flag. So we contacted the State Department and said, forced prostitution is not a concept that is recognized under international law. The United States has ratified the Palermo Protocol, so it's in violation of the Palermo Protocol. Oh, we're so sorry. Of course, of course, of course. The following year, we went back to the State Department and we said, what happened? And she said, oh, I scrubbed the report. Did we miss 1 or 2 references? There were 82 references to forced prostitution. This year, there are 105 references to forced prostitution. Similarly, our Department of Labor, which is our Ministry of Labor, is very linked to the ILO, to the point where they've just issued a report that identifies the sex trafficking of children as, well, they allude to Convention 182 of the ILO, which identifies the prostitution of children as the worst form of labor. And then, of course, I can go in. So it is we are really in a situation where we have to be extremely vigilant. So we have no money, they have millions, but we have computers, right? We have keyboards. So we looked at 8.7 Alliance. What are they calling for? They're dealing with governments. They're getting investments from these millionaires. We don't have access to millionaires, but we can draft something. And so this 5.2 global partnership, the goal of it is to really mobilize grassroots organizations, direct service providers, philanthropists, academia, anyone who recognizes prostitution under international law as exploitation and violence and an impediment to gender equality. The laws are in place. We have Article 6 of CEDAW, we have the Palermo Protocol, we have the 1949 Convention. The challenge is for us to hold people accountable to those laws. And the forces are, my time is probably up. So we will have, I know Satfa was like, well, if this conference ends today, it's, what's the point? We will have workshops after the conference. We are counting on each and every one of you to pay attention to what is happening within your government and how they're relating to this whole issue of the redefinition of human trafficking as modern slavery. Because I am telling you, if they succeed, women and girls who are sex trafficked and prostituted will be absolutely obliterated from the conversation. They will not exist. If we are talking just about women who are chained to a radiator and they're not even, one more thing before, God, I'm sorry. Now, every single person now, or entity, I should say, governments, the media, even high school girls. I went recently to speak to high school girls in a Catholic school, and they distributed this information about there are 40 million people, this is the ILO numbers, 40 million people who are trafficked around the world, or who are held into slavery around the world. It used to be 25 million until 6 months ago. Women and girls are not featured, women and girls who are prostituted are not included in that discourse of the 25 million. And the additional 15 million that the ILO added are children who were forced into marriage. Since when is one of the most fundamental violations of girls' rights, child marriage, forced labor? I don't know. So I will end here, and we can talk about how to further combat these global efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Taina. Thank you. Thank you for giving an overview of the UN instruments and how they are infiltrated not only by the language of sex work, but also by terminology such as forced labor, modern slavery, and how women are actually diluted in a larger pool of persons. I'll move to Jean Enriquez from the Philippines. Jean, as an executive director of CATW Asia Pacific, what are the challenges that you face there? And this region, ILO, is very present there in Asia Pacific. How do you use UN mechanisms? What's the impact of this mechanism on the region as well as ILO?
Okay, first I would like to start with showing our own celebration of the 25th year of the Coalition Against Trafficking in Women Asia Pacific. We were able to mark it in the Philippines last year because we It was started in 1993 in Manila, so it was important also for us to harvest our gains and learn also from the 25 years of our existence. I'm going to show the next pictures when I talk about the other strategies that we think are necessary to be able to reach the target of SDG 5.2. But now, in answering your question, before the challenges, I think it's also important to mention that we have conventions in Asia that we can utilize for the same purpose of advocating with Asian governments to protect victims of prostitution and trafficking and instead shift the accountability to the demand side. So in 2015, we were able to finalize the ASEAN Convention on Trafficking in Persons, and it entered into force in 2017. Aurora is not here, but I would like to credit her hugely because she was the one who pushed this within the ASEAN mechanism. If you're familiar with the regional mechanism in the ASEAN, in Asia, it's the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. So there's a convention that was passed, and this is very consistent with the Palermo Protocol. It is explicit in underscoring the demand and making it accountable for trafficking. It also was very clear on also looking into domestic trafficking, not only international trafficking. In many countries in Asia, there are already anti-trafficking laws. And not only South Korea, but also the Philippines and East Timor include provisions on punishing the demand side. The problem is in the implementation itself. In the Philippines, for example, the government has been focusing on international trafficking and not looking into domestic trafficking. It has not really strengthened the support system, support services for survivors, especially of prostitution or domestic trafficking. That's why we are still pushing for a law that's called the anti-prostitution law that will enhance the support mechanisms or the support services for survivors of prostitution. Also, in many countries in Asia, there remains to be a lot of contradiction between historical laws on prostitution and the new anti-trafficking law. There remains to be criminalization of women in prostitution, especially in street prostitution. So that has to be harmonized with the anti-trafficking laws that have been passed in the region. So most of these laws that have been criminalizing victims of prostitution are our inheritance from our colonizers, whether that's Spain, whether that's the UK or other such countries. So we still need to do this harmonization of laws. So, in order to reach this SDG 5.2 target, it's important not only to work with international mechanisms such as the United Nations, the ASEAN, or the SARC in relation to South Asia, but also important to work, we believe, with the local governments. So we really have to go grassroots, as Taina was saying. We have to go local and to counter the hegemony of the commodification of women's bodies by also hegemonizing our own framework on looking at trafficking and prostitution. So what we have been doing, for example, in the Philippines is we have been working with local governments, especially in areas where there has been conflict or disasters, so that we are able to reach the most marginalized of women who are most vulnerable also to trafficking and prostitution. So I'm showing you our work with the local government of Marawi. You might have heard of the war in southern Mindanao in the Philippines. And because of this conflict, a lot of the local Muslim women have been subjected to trafficking, particularly for sexual exploitation. But there's a culture of silence around this because of tradition as well. But we are able to convince the local governments in Marawi and the other Muslim provinces that it's important to talk about prostitution and to shift the stigma away from the women and towards the real perpetrators. And we have made huge leaps in terms of changing the culture in these communities. So we have been working also in areas where disasters have happened. So just to underscore that it's important for us to always give attention to the most marginalized of the women, the Muslim minority, the indigenous peoples, the women who have been displaced, especially in the rural areas because of land conversion or land grabbing by multinational corporations. And in the context of fascism, of authoritarianism in the Philippines right now, we have been giving serious attention to the widows and orphans of those killed by the government in the name of the war against drugs. So you might have heard that tens of thousands of Filipinos have been killed in the Philippines. And who were left behind were women and girls or children. And not a few of them are in prostitution afterwards. I become emotional because Myleen's family has been killed also in this war on drugs. And there's a case of a 16-year-old woman that she helped, 16-year-old girl. Both parents were killed. And immediately, in a matter of 3 months, because she's young, she was immediately sold to numerous men. And in a matter of 6 months, she had HIV/AIDS. She had full-blown AIDS, and she died. So it was that quick. So we have been doing direct work with the women who have been victims and who are most vulnerable to prostitution, so have been victims of conflict, of the government's war on drugs, or of disasters. Also, it's important, we believe, for this movement towards the elimination of trafficking to also involve boys, as has been asked earlier. So this is our work on harmonization of laws at the regional level. You can see Ruchira. And we have been pushing for the Anti-Prostitution Act in the Philippines together with the survivors. And this is our work in the disaster areas. So I wanted to show the photo of our work with young men. Thanks to Janice and our sisters from Norway, Agnete and Anna, who supported our work with young men since 2003. So we have been advocating for educating young men so that we debase patriarchy by removing the traditional notion of masculinity among the men. So at the end of these camps, of these 3 days camps, the young men have redefined what being a man is. And for them, it's about respecting women. It's about not buying women and children. So it's very explicit. And that's not giving justice to the entire process, in fact, but I have a lot more to share with you. It's just important for us to say that involving young men and making them articulate also our advocacy in a sincere way is very important for our movement. I was going to show also how these young men have already started convincing even men in government to change the way they look at prostitution and to stop the buying of women and children. But I did not have time to include the photos of how they have become advocates themselves. But you can see in the first picture that they are part of the entire assembly of the coalition in the Philippines. And finally, I would like to talk about the importance of educating, these are young people, Janica included, who are very active in the campaign against prostitution. So that's our research. And our work on empowerment of survivors, it's very critical to hear their voices as well as was already articulated in numerous panels here. But in terms of exit programs, what has been critical, according to Mylene and other survivors with whom we constantly do evaluation of our work, what's critical for them is that feminists listen to them and understand what they are going through. In the case, for example, of some women we have organized in high-class prostitution, once they have had healing conversations with our feminists, young feminists like Janica, they realize that there are women who understand them. And after that, these women in high-class prostitution exited immediately and found work in other areas. So it's very important for them to feel the solidarity from our feminist sisters and be able to see that there are avenues for them to continue living. And it's also important for us and also the survivors to do organizing among themselves. So the self-supporting organization or the self-sufficient survivors organizations have been a critical part of the coalition in the region. So, for example, Mylene's organization has reached a membership of 400 survivors. And this is just one organization in Metro Manila, but in other parts of the Philippines, there are several other survivors groups, and they constantly talk with each other. And in Asia Pacific, we were able to gather them as well during our assembly. So finally, it's important for us to do alliance work with other sectors. So these are the survivors who came out as well. So it's important for us to do alliance work with other sectors, such as the labor groups, environmental groups, urban poor groups, farmers, or rural workers. Because to be able to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, it's important to be able to address these roots also of issues that exacerbate prostitution. So that includes climate change, it includes the neoliberal paradigm that keeps workers' wages at its lowest. It includes critiquing also the lack of government support for housing of the urban poor sector and other such economic and political issues that manifest inequality, both of wealth and also of power. So to be able to move forward, it's also critical to maintain alliances and to sincerely also intersect our analysis with all of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Very enriching work you're doing in Asia Pacific. And thank you for reminding us that there are many facilitating factors to prostitution and trafficking. We're going to move to Shelby Quest. Shelby, as a director of the Equality Now Americas, can you tell us how the civil society can play a role in pushing government to implement 5.2, and how we can put prostitution among the target of 5.2, because so far it's only trafficking, sexual exploitation, but prostitution is not really highlighted.
Yeah. First of all, thank you, and my apologies. I've got some sort of flu or something, so hopefully you can still hear me. I also want to say thank you to CatW for including us here. We have a somewhat special relationship, as Taina, once upon a time, was the executive director of Equality Now and ran our trafficking work. So we are doing our best to try to take her vision forward and working with CatW. So again, thank you, Taina. So Taina mentioned, the Millennium Development Goals, and those were thought to be a failure. They didn't work. They didn't do what they were expected to do. And much of that was because women and girls and civil society was not engaged in creating them. In this case, there was a lot of engagement of women and youth and trying to design what these goals and what these targets would look like. So they're not perfect, but there's a lot more gender equality included in these Sustainable Development Goals than there was previously. Each goal then has indicators. And I'll try not to get too wonky here, but that's what gets measured, is the indicator. And there's statisticians that come in and they decide what can we measure, and that's how those indicators came about. And then there's groups of UN entities that oversee or have the responsibility to ensure that the data is there. And in this case, it's UNICEF, UN Women, UNFPA, WHO, and UN ODC. They're tier 2, which means it's not really clear exactly how they're going to measure these things. So there's still room and there's still movement to come in, and I think help target some of that. So let's not forget that. The SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, are not a solution. They're another platform, and it's a platform that has considerable attention and focus. So it's one that we can use. It holds UN accountable, UN agencies accountable, government, civil society, and more importantly, donors. So there's a lot of people looking at what those say. What can we do with that? As civil society, we've got this group of goals and targets, to a certain extent, indicators. And what can we do with it? Because the SDGs themselves, they don't have teeth. It's not a convention. It's not a treaty. But they're implemented through existing treaties, through existing laws. So, for example, we heard discussions around CEDAW, and why this new general recommendation will be important about what's happening there is CEDAW could then be used as an implementing tool for the Sustainable Development Goals. Regional groups, so the African Union, as it's addressing things, they're looking at the SDGs, and they're being held, okay, they're trying to create these plans to make sure that their regional bodies, their regional treaties are taking those forward. Same thing with ASEAN, as you saw, the Inter-American Commission. So there's opportunities for us, and then most importantly is at state law level, ensuring that states have laws that implement ultimately what those goals are. How can they achieve them? And that's where civil society really has some weight, to hold the UN agencies that are overseeing this, to hold them accountable, to make sure it's happening, to hold the regional bodies accountable. They have platforms to do that, and a lot of times we don't. As civil society, it's kind of wonky, it's a bit difficult. We're not sure how to do it, but it's an opportunity to really use that voice. We at Equality Now, we really are based on advocacy, ensuring that women and girls' human rights are protected and promoted, but through legal advocacy, that there are good laws in place, that bad laws are repealed, and that they are effectively implemented and have budgets, and that people know what their rights are, people know what their responsibilities are, and that they're taken forward. We have another potential platform, and that's ICAT, the Interagency Coordinating Group on Trafficking in Persons at the UN. Again, it's OSCE and UN Women that have the leadership in that. They're here. They're expressing their interest in how to take that forward. Again, I think accountability directly to those UN agencies. ICAT comes together every 4 years, and they review the statements. As Taina said, they issue political statements, and it's important that we stay on top of that as civil society. There's CEDAW, the general recommendation. Again, to be able to come for countries that have signed, mine has not, but for countries that have signed CEDAW, to have those questions being asked of them specifically. And that brings me back to why that recommendation is so important. And when we heard the chair of CEDAW saying, I need you to write in, I think that's something that as civil society, as a 5.2 coalition, we can coordinate and make our voice quite loud. It would be fantastic if we could agree on maybe 3 or 4 areas that we want to target. And everybody who sends in a report targets those 3 areas, in addition to whatever your personal piece is that you want to target. The issues that were raised about what might be really important for CEDAW to hear, it doesn't come just from Equality Now, who's submitting a report, but it comes from hundreds of different organizations. But highlight maybe, and this is just an example, I think people would have to think about this, but one piece that everybody could highlight is prostitution is a major form of violence. You can share your story of it about why it is, why you know that, why you've seen that. But if we have everybody highlighting that prostitution is a major form of violence, decriminalize women that are prostituted globally, that is a push that every country decriminalize women that are prostituted. That there's accountability of the state. Could be a key ask of everybody, that state is held accountable every single time they come before CEDAW. Those issues are raised and they're highlighted. There are other ones that she mentioned, for example, acknowledge there are different types of trafficking. It's not one size fits all. There are different types of trafficking with different goals and different indicators, and prostitution does not work. But I think if we took just 3 of those and everybody could agree and ensure that is out there. I sent an email, I was trying to check while I was sitting here. I think I have put our team forward, if you think it would be useful, to create a toolkit that says how you can file the submission, to whom, what the format is, the top 3 things that you should highlight, and then you can add whatever is your own priority issues to highlight there. But if we could at least highlight that, we would be happy, and again, Taina, I don't know if that's something you'd want to do, but we'd be happy to share a toolkit on how to do that before February 18th. So it makes it approachable and easy for all of you to do it. The more they hear about these priority issues, the more they will be apt to look at them.
Thank you, Shelby. So we have until February 18 to send communications. I know that CATW is going to put a letter that everybody can sign as well. And I would add not to use the term sex work in our communication, forced prostitution, not to use forced prostitution, and call governments and states to sign the 1949 convention. Thank you, Shelby. We're going to move to UN Women, Alethea Jimenez. Alethea, you're a policy specialist at the UN Women on Violence Against Women and the anti-trafficking focal point. Can you tell us, please, how UN Women is working towards ensuring the spirit of 5.2, and how UN Women is working in order not to be infiltrated, to stop the infiltration of the pro-prostitution industry in its report and policies?
Thank you.
And programs.
Bueno, antes de empezar,
we open one round of questions, then we talk about the challenges, or we talk about challenges first? Okay, very, very quickly, maybe 1 minute each, if we can talk, if you can, each of you talk about the challenges you face in using UN instruments and the instruments that the UN is putting at our disposal.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
No, but it's about you guys. I'm using UN instruments.
Okay. So I just wanted to roll back a little bit and talk about what these institutions are. I know that, I live in New York City, the UN is in our backyard, but for most people, the UN and the agencies in Geneva, the International Labor Organization, UNAIDS, World Health Organization, they seem like monolithic institutions that are impenetrable and they make their own decisions. It's critically important to demystify these institutions. The United Nations is a patriarchal institution. The human rights movement is a patriarchal movement. We have to remember that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is key, really, you have to read it regularly, launched the human rights movement, but it was only until 1993 in Vienna at a UN Women Conference that the term women's rights are human rights came to be. And why? Because mainstream human rights organizations like Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Doctors Without Borders, the list is long, considered that everything that happened to women and girls because they were born female were considered outside of the human rights framework. So female genital mutilation, girl marriage, breast ironing, widow burning, prostitution, you name it, were not considered state-sanctioned violations. And that is what we are struggling with. And also these are institutions in which there are inadequate, if any, mechanisms to address the rampant sexual harassment, sexual violence that happens in the offices, in their offices, right? So these are individuals who create the mechanisms, the reports, the resolutions that affect our lives, the lives of women and girls every day. And just to give you another example, right? So I desperately appreciate Aletia. She is really, I don't want to say too much because I know the UN Women is also part of this patriarchal system. We are still fighting for UN Women to make a statement so many of you may have heard that in October 2013, unofficial note that came out of UN Women and was disseminated around the world calls on governments to decriminalize pimping in support of UNAIDS and what was the other organization that they UNFPA. Okay, for 5 years we have been, many people in this room have helped us ask UN Women either abide by international law or at least claim neutrality, because this unofficial note has been used by every pro-legalization group on the planet as testimony, as evidence that the UN wants to decriminalize pimping, and it has hurt us tremendously. The other thing is, you all know that Amnesty International a few years ago also adopted a resolution calling for the decriminalization of pimping. Human Rights Watch has a resolution the same. These people all know each other, right? They play musical chairs. They go from Open Society Foundation to Human Rights Watch to Amnesty International to WHO in Geneva to UNAIDS. They all know each other. They take their computer information with them. The Amnesty resolution to decriminalize pimping came directly from a computer from Open Society Foundation in New York. So again, I just would urge you, like, these are not monolithic gods. These are people who maintain a system of, or at least if they don't maintain the perpetrators in their system, they are complicit to very deep violations. And I won't even go into what has happened with Oxfam. My family comes from Haiti. I cannot tell you the devastation that organizations like Doctors Without Borders, Oxfam, the Blue Helmets, the Peacekeepers, where you have 10-year-old girls who want a glass of milk, and when they ask them, who did this to you? And she says, a blue helmet. When in order to feed your children, you have to be raped by an international organization, direct service provider. This is the crisis we are facing. And so we have to be resilient. We're out of breath a lot, but it really is, we were thinking during our board meeting with my fellow, with my board members, that what we need to do is have a legalization watch, like have a global legalization watch. And it's not just governments, it's also these institutions.
Thank you, Taina. There's also, if I may add, the report that was published by UN Women last year about SDGs. Was it in 2017? The year before, end of 2017. It was full also with the terminology of sex work and presenting prostitution as work. So these are very harmful for the abolitionist movement. Jean, would you like to add about the challenges?
I'll give up my time to hear from the audience.
Okay.
I'll just go quickly, and I think just to underscore what Taina is saying about holding the UN accountable to its own standards. Recently with the International Civil Service Commission, another commissioner for sexual harassment, there has been a case going on for 2 years. We're supporting that case, and they let him retire a week before he would have retired originally, because this SG, the Secretary General, found that there were credible claims of sexual harassment. So when we're looking at zero tolerance for buying sex, that I think we need to hold the UN and the UN agencies accountable, not just peacekeeping missions, which are third parties and other states oftentimes, but actually the Secretariat, because we know a lot of stuff goes on there. They lead by example, and then hold our own states accountable for those, what's happening internally, as opposed to always looking externally. So that's.
I'm not going to talk about
some questions. Yes. Okay. The lady in red in the middle.
Funciona.
Gracias. Thank you very much. I would like to ratify what you have already said. You said that, and Mrs. Bianemi has said it very clearly, the United Nations are, the institutions are patriarchal, and we have to name the things by their name. And things by their name, we have to remember that the ILO, that will celebrate 100th anniversary this year, it keeps on calling sex work for children. This not only damages our ears, but also our mind. So in the abolitionists that are part of the social movements, we don't trust too much of these institutions, but the women who are inside the institutions, you have to try for us to trust at least in the women who are inside these patriarchal institutions. So to normalize the terms sex or even forced prostitution is a deep trap that can't be allowed. So the words are important and they define concepts. And this would be one of the goals to be attained. The sexual work of children doesn't exist. It's an aberration for human mind. And then another challenge, I say that in order to introduce different issues back, because we are not, we know what happens in the world. There are trafficking that is based on the anatomy of women, not only the vagina, but also the uterus. This morning, we've heard that word as well, and the uterus, the womb, they are trafficking also with the babies. And the surrogate mothers, it's a great challenge for the women. And this new baby trafficking that wants to be legalized in some places. And I would like you to take all this as well as a challenge, because we traffic not only with the vagina, but also with the organs of women, as for instance, their uterus in surrogate women.
Now, then you too. And that's it, I think. There was a woman here. Yes.
Bueno, hola.
Hello, my question is addressed to Alessia. In reality, I would like to know the position of the UN with respect to if the coercion media that we try to use to identify these human trafficking, is this going to be worsen the legal situation with the aim of exploitation in any of its modalities? So human trafficking could be in part of the world, especially in Latin America, as something worse in legal terms. And I'm asking this especially, what happens with respect to the victims that are considered that in general are victims because they come from a pre-existing vulnerability, or they have a pre-existing vulnerability? The UN has defined it as not having a true or a real alternative or viable option, rather than submitting oneself to abuse. But what are the legislations that follow the Palermo Protocol that have expressed the same terminology and the same structure? This is given in Article 3. What happens if we put the coercion means as some... Well, I don't understand too well your question. Can you repeat the question? Yes, please. At present, the penal code, criminal code. In order to have trafficking, we have to have the typical actions: capturing, using, luring, threat, intimidation, or abuse of in the vulnerability situation in order to exploit the women sexually. In Latin America, especially in Argentina, Bolivia, Paraguay, etc., Colombia, they typify this crime if they take away the coercion media, because this presupposes that the victim has to prove that her consent has been annulled. They end instrumentalizing the victim because they don't believe her, basically. What happens, or what is the criteria that the UN has with respect to taking this away from the penal code for the trafficking? Is it enough for me to be captured? Yes? Microphone, please. But not in Spain. That's why I say that Latin America has that. But in Argentina, yes. In Paraguay, Colombia, Bolivia, they do have that. It has been, the legislation has been modified, but in Spain and in other countries of the European Union, in order to try to follow the Palermo Protocol and not want to enter into conflict in the general international community that somehow believes they are in the same pace, but they don't pursue the crime whatsoever, as they should do that, prosecute the crime as they should. Can you understand what I've been saying? Well, we will try. Vamos a
from here and then answer and move to this part of.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for UN Women about the respect for the UN agreed language. UN Women is perceived worldwide as a pro-sex work organization, and for good reasons. First, because of this note that was circulated and never denounced officially, which keeps being used by all the sex industry lobby. Even last month in France, it was used, which is still available online, not on your website, but on the pro-sex industry lobby. And also for other reasons, like the recurrent use of language, which violates the UNGA agreed language. When the UN adopts a convention on refugees, it's not a convention on economic migrants. Not a single UN agency would dare to use the term economic migrant in terms of refugee, because we know the huge consequences. And the trust in the UN system is possible only if the UNGA agreed language is respected. That's the key component of the international diplomacy, the respect for the UNGA agreed language. On the issue of prostitution, the UNGA agreed language is unambiguous. Prostitution, exploitation of prostitution of others, trafficking in human beings for sexual exploitation. It would be very easy today for UN Women to do two things that could build more trust in the international community. First, denouncing the non-note, but which is still released and used in parliaments, in Supreme Court's litigations, etc. The reference to this non-note is still used, and the name of UN Women is still attached to the pro-sex work lobby. So denouncing this note is easy, would be important at least. A second thing that will be extremely important is that UN Women adopt a guidelines on the terminology that the UN International Human Rights Instrument use when it comes to prostitution. So could you, do you intend, are you working on denouncing this note and adopting a public terminology on prostitution, sexual exploitation, and trafficking for sexual exploitation? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gregor. I'm going to take one question. We answer, then we go back to the audience here.
Sí, buenas tardes. Graciela de Argentina.
Graciela from Argentina. In principle, the international bodies in Argentina, we are fighting. We have holding a great, big fight in the recent years because there is a trade union of sexual workers, both women and men. We, as Association of Women for Human Rights, we are detached from this because we had our own process. But we see that this fight practically we are alone in this fight, and that's why I'm happy to listen international bodies as well, because international bodies are those that are funding in Argentina as the Global Fund with millions and millions of pesos, and it's a very uneven fight. And I think that we lack in the whole Latin America. What happens is that we can't put a foot outside Argentina because they are there. They have a network of sexual workers that are funded by these international bodies. So I celebrate once and for all. Why? Because we are just an ant in front of such a big apparatus without funds, but we are eager. We have been 23 years working in Latin America in order to show that all trafficked women who are most in Spain are Latin American and from the poorest countries. So for once and for all, I celebrate that once again with international bodies, you are those that are empowered. You see a different vision. You have to make all the others aware, both men and women, those who are at the front of these bodies, because it can't be that in my country they don't receive us abolitionists because they have the references of the international bodies. They are with the idea that this has to be recognized as a work. So I please ask you, I beg you, please, instead of, well, the discussion has to be centered where it should be, because otherwise we are not advancing and we are not being helped. Thank you.
But very quickly.
Women, probably, but I can do a very quick response. We actually just at Equality Now have a study that we should be getting this week on laws across the Americas, Latin America, and the Caribbean with regard to sexual violence, the definitions, expressly what's there. So I will be looking specifically at your issue, and hopefully we can engage around that. But that's
Okay, so I think the first one was already addressed. So let me talk about the
Hello, Aletia, on behalf of UN Women, and I have had a few conversations with the ILO since they're the secretariat of the Alliance 8.7, and they wanted to talk with us about how we could work with them, and we're happy to work with them because also under the 8.7 Alliance, there is absolutely no mention of the acute vulnerabilities of women who are trafficked for labor to sexual violence and prostitution. We know that a lot of women who are trafficked for labor, especially in agricultural settings, work on farms during the day and at night are prostituted for even the people who are trafficked for labor. And so in our conversations, he asked who could join 5.2 and that they were working with unions and perhaps they would. And we said, well, anybody who abides by international law, including the 1949 Convention, can be a member of 5.2. And then we kept pressing him like, what unions, what unions, what unions? And then finally he said, sex worker unions. And I urged him to give us a list of the so-called sex worker unions. They don't exist. There is no union in the world where managers who are brothel owners and pimps and traffickers are part of a union. So we have to, we also in terms of language, we have to say, follow the money. These are people who have a direct financial interest in the sex trade. And so we have a workshop specifically on how to engage trade unions, because with our conversations with the ILO and our complaints about their characterization of prostitution as work, what the representative explained is that they receive information from their regional ILO offices. So it's very important for you, in whichever region you are, to go to the regional ILO offices and submit official complaints about the ILOs. They also say they don't have a formal policy that prostitution is work, but that's baloney. And so it has to come from regional ILO offices who then go to Geneva and say, we have received X complaint, or survivors have spoken to us, or abolitionists have spoken to us. And I think that's a way to change the situation.
Anna, and okay, yes, we're gonna take some questions here.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. My name is Elena. I belong to the Feminist Party in Spain. I would like to comment on something that seems important to me. I want to coincide with what has been said here. I have not heard during all the lectures on the surrogate mothers, and I believe it's women. I believe it's very important that all these women that were being trafficked for prostitution right now through the same networks, they are being trafficked as wombs for hire, because they have discovered it's much more profitable for them. So it's the new exploitation of women that has to be directly linked to the issue of abolitionism. Don't lose sight of it, because there are really many data that they go for also for wombs for hire.
Thank you. My name is Anna Zobnik, Network of Migrant Women. I have a question to UN Women. We work to some extent with your colleagues in Brussels. I wanted to ask whether UN Women, but other UN agencies, understand the difference between the biological sex and gender as a social construct. Because what we see, I think all the agencies are very confused in the language. It brings us back to the question of language also of the sex work. It's a similar kind of confusion. We see that the term gender has come to replace the term sex. It replaced the term women, and it also means something of mysterious identity. Despite the fact that sex-based oppression is very clearly recognized and written in our sex-based rights, and discrimination is written in international law, in European law, certainly. So I'm wondering what UN Women, as a women's rights agency, is doing. What is your plan to protect this attack on women's rights, and whether you recognize the absolutely detrimental impact on the women's rights movement of this kind of replacing gender with everything, and including our battle on prostitution? Thank you.
I apologize. This is complementing what Alicia has said. This is from the survivors writing to UN Women in Colombia, asking for support in order to position trafficking victim that was prosecuted and sued and is in jail. And UN Women Colombia says trafficking is not an issue, as the CEDAW article didn't exist. It's not an issue for UN Women. That was the answer. And also with the Venezuelan victims of trafficking in Colombia, UN Women has said no, that they are sex workers, so let's give them condoms. And they are migrant workers. They are victims of that economic emergency that exists in Venezuela. They come to Colombia and they're exploited sexually. They are captured in the internet. They are received in the terminals and the response, let's give them condoms. This is the answer of UN Women.
Yes, you. One of you.
Solo una.
Una. Una, it's 5. I need to leave 5 minutes for the answers. It's
Very
already
short?
5. Very short.
Yo quiero trasladar.
I would like to convey, if possible, to the international organizations the question of a victim of gender violence, friend of mine, Maria Belén Villalobos, who talking about this issue, about the sex work. This is a question she asked. She's a waiter in a hotel and in the rooms. And she said, is this a sex work when the boss is asking for sex, what is he proposing? Labor improvement? The sexual harassment stops existing? Doesn't exist anymore? That's why. Well, thank you very much for your lectures. My question for Alicia Jimenez. You have mentioned in your presentation that you were working on a non-criminalization document of the trafficking victims. Maybe you could say along what lines is this non-criminalization going to be, bearing in mind that in the Spanish state there are victims that are deported before they are identified, and this is a very hot issue to try to combine the administration and regulate and trafficking, at least here in Spain. Thank you. Alicia?
Sorry, excuse me. I know it's an incredible honor to have Alicia here with us, but she cannot make any decisions on behalf of UN Women. UN Women is infiltrated by the prostitution lobby, infiltrated. And so I think that it is up to us to continue to build pressure with the Secretary General and ensure that agencies, as Grégoire said, abide by international law. So, you know, we work very closely with Aletia. She's just an individual. She came here to talk about ICAT. She cannot represent the entire system of UN Women.
Thank you. I'm afraid we have to finish our panel. I would like to thank you very much, our panelists. It was a very active discussion. We'll have more opportunities during the work group to exchange with Alicia among each other. Thank you very much. I will give the word to Taina to talk about the group works. However, I would like to thank a lot the interpreters, the translators. They've done a wonderful job during these 2 days with multilingual capacities. Taina, could you tell us about the working group?
So for anyone who is interested in joining us and forming working groups that can be fed into global advocacy, there will be 3 working sessions, one to our right, one to our left, one in here. One will focus on trade unions. One will focus on youth. I don't see any of the youth, but I think they're coming back. And one on legislative advocacy and continuing the conversation we just had here. So I just wanted to thank everyone who is still here for 2 extraordinary days. I hope that this is just the beginning of our conversations. And again, I wanted to thank Choni and the Comisión for their unbelievable work. We're all looking forward to sleep a little bit and have safe travels back home, wherever you are, and la lucha continúa. Gracias.
Wonderful.
I'm sorry. It was just escalating, and it was the mutiny. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
Sí. Perdón. Antes de marcharnos, porque no todas su...
I'm sorry, before you leave, I'm sure not everybody is staying. I have to thank the Coalition Against Trafficking of Women, CATW, everybody in the coalition. And thank you very much indeed, Taina, because you were really contributing. You were so interested. If they hadn't been so keen on organizing the conference, it would have been impossible. So thank you. I can assure you their collaboration behind the vast work you've undertaken is but a drop in the ocean. We're not a company, we're not a business, we're an NGO, but still, I want to insist on Taina and her team. It's been impressive. They worked so hard helping us while in New York and here in Madrid. Thank you. It's been 6 days of non-stop work. And especially above all, we have to thank the coalition for their abolitionist work and their feminist work as well. You have to remember that. There's many other organizations that don't receive the credit they deserve, and others are not truly feminist, and the feminist nuance is quite relevant. Of course, it's an issue of human rights, but remember, feminism has been doing so much, is still doing so much, and will go on doing very much. Thank you. Thank you, Taina. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to all the speakers and those that have participated. Thank you very much indeed.